At 7 p.m. on October 30th, 2019. We'll go ahead and move into roll call. Oh my God, this is weird. Senator Advet. Oligard. Bender. Blair. Khan. Crabb. Culbertson. Dollinger. Fritz. Green. Gonzalez. Hanyang. Heasley. Johnson. Class. Klein. Klein. Lipford. Ludwig. Mass. Meredith. Mitchell. Origer. Rice. Rinchi. Rolling. Zamanu. Schrader. Searles. Stanley. Samuel. Tonette. Zastra. Just a notice to the student body, all students are members and participants in student government, and as such are encouraged to take part in discussion of Senate bills and orders or issues affecting students. Please wait to be recognized by the chair and be courteous to others wishing to speak. Now we'll go ahead and move into Pledge of Allegiance led by Speaker Woodruff. Speaker Culbertson. Moving on, since we don't have programs for tonight, we'll straight up jump into open forum. Open forum is an open discussion for issues relevant to students. Anyone wishing to speak can approach those two mics that you can see at the end of those. Just be courteous to anyone wishing to speak and make sure that you're paying attention to what they're saying and respecting them. Anyone who wishes to speak can approach the mics now. You can go ahead first. Arzali, give me 1 second.
Hello, everyone. My name is Grant Becker. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I am an MUAB Tech here. And since we've got a lot of people visiting tonight, we thought it would be a good idea to go over some mic etiquette things just so that we're all on the same page. So for anyone that's new, we have a live stream every week of the Student Government Senate that's accessible through the Iowa State Student Government website and YouTube page. And without further ado, let's get started. So for our senators, just a friendly reminder to only unmute your microphones when you are speaking because things such as keyboard clicking and shuffling pages come through very loudly on the stream and can make it really hard to hear. And some people like to hold their microphones up. That's totally fine. As long as it's close to you, you should be able to be heard on the screen. So cameras, we have 3 cameras at each meeting. Keep in mind that even though you may not be speaking, you may be on camera. Act professional as you would like your constituents to see you, or for anyone visiting as you'd like anyone to see you on the stream. And then for our final bit, if you're approaching the lectern, feel free to adjust the microphone to your appropriate height. That's what it's there for. And if you're using handheld mic like the ones here or what we'll be speaking into this evening for audience members, make sure that you're just a comfortable distance away. The microphone does not bite. We can turn you down really easily, but turning up's a little bit more difficult. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
This isn't on. Oh, yeah, sorry. Alexa Rodriguez, I'm an Iowa State student. I was one of the organizers who organized the protest today. Just kind of a little bit about that. We know that there has been a lot of issues regarding racism on Iowa State, and the administration as well as student government hasn't done nearly enough to cover any of the issues on campus, and that's something that we need to address now. we not only wanted to protest, but we also wanted to make sure that since the administration hasn't taken any concrete steps in doing anything about this, we presented them with an opportunity to do so, hence the demand that we gave to President Winterstein. And so, what we want today to be about is not the administration talking on the demands at all. They have not had nearly enough time to look over them or even come up with a response, which is completely understandable, but also they are very comprehensive and they're very big demands that we're making. And I just want to point out that it wasn't just me or 5 other people. A lot of organizations, a lot of members, and a lot of students put time to draft the demands, and today we want to give you the why of the demands. Students are going to come up and share their experiences. Maybe y'all haven't heard President Winterstein. We'd really like you to take this time to kind of put yourself in our shoes and put yourself in, imagine what it's like to be at a big university and being already signaled as a minority, but also dealing with an administration that hasn't done anything about this. And we're finally able to have a voice and a say in what we want the administration to do. Please listen to these experiences, listen to the stories that the students are about to tell you, because I guarantee half of the people in this room have not heard about them that are in leadership positions to do something about them.
Thank you, Alexa. My name is Araceli Lopez, and I'll be looking this way because I know Martino Harmon and Wendy are on this side, Dr. Winterstein, so I'll be looking at y'all. I want everyone to acknowledge how disappointing yet not surprising it is that we are here at this exact same fight that we had in 2015 and 2016. President Joe Free promised change and nothing happened. President Leith promised change and nothing happened. Now we're with President Winterstein. You've promised change. Please make something happen. We want to acknowledge that there has been racism all over our campus when I was a freshman, and again now that I'm a senior, and that is unacceptable. I don't get a pick when I get to see the hateful, ignorant comments all over campus. I don't get a pick when I see the hatefulness in a residential hall, but they get a pick when they're hateful, and you get a pick when you respond. That's not okay. So with that, we do have this list of demands that we do need you to consider carefully and with time. Therefore, you have agreed to meet with us in 2 weeks in a public meeting with all students present, where you are going to address every single one of these demands with a plan of action. They are reasonable, tangible demands that we look forward to the conversation. So now, Alexa and I are going to read each demand, and we hope that you all listen carefully, as well as when the students present their stories. I guess I'm starting with the first demand. All right, so our first demands are that you expel the students who chalked neo-Nazi slogans all over campus. If you're not sure of what those slogans were, there are plenty of pictures all over social media that students have taken, because we are the only ones who apparently want to share this and make it clear that we don't tolerate it. The students who vandalized the Bean House and Joe Free Hall should also be expelled. And students in the future who threaten or use neo-Nazi language violating the zero tolerance policy should also be expelled from the Iowa State University.
We're also asking that the administration shuts down the Student for Trump Club that has attached neo-Nazi slogans to all of their campaign chalking on campus. This causes a disruption to the climate on campus, which is in direct violation to the Code of Discrimination.
All right, this next one kind of goes to both student government and the administration. I want to remind you all that saying nothing is saying something, and it's much louder. So I want to ask you, thank you, yeah, definitely, yeah, guys, it's important. I want to ask you if you're really that scared to take a stance against racism. Is it really that difficult to say that you don't tolerate hate? Or why do your responses take so long? I still don't even know what your email was about. With that, We are going to demand that you fire the student government advisor who wore blackface and posted it on social media, and any future staff engaging in racist or anti-Semitic behavior.
We're also going to ask that the university and the administration comes out and says zero tolerance to racism and anti-Semitism on campus. A student advisory board should be added that is representative of people of color that deal with the instances on racism. We have climate control and things that the administration has that are supposed to follow up with these, and they have not. They don't have enough power, and they can't do anything. It's up to the students now, and we're requiring and asking that you let us take a stance and let us also be part of the process because it affects us. The university should also be responsible for getting rid of this hate speech. Y'all have a power wash machine that you have used to take really anything that you wanted off of campus, but have not taken off the hate speech around. You know, we're talking Hail Hitler type of things that are not acceptable.
All right. So I want to say for everyone that enough is enough. With these tangible and reasonable demands, we do not request, but we demand these changes. I want to say that as President Wendy Winterstein stated in the email sent out on October 23rd, following the multiple incidents of racism and bigotry on campus, which I want to add was very vague and ambiguous, but she did state, clearly we still have much work to do, and that's right. We have a lot of work to do, President Winterstein. And we have taken the time to make up this list of demands to start the work that this administration has not started. I want you to look around and see the student population that is here today. Most of us have been the ones who had to experience the hatefulness, the bigotry, the racism on this campus, and we're the ones that are gonna respond to it because everyone else seems to choose to stay quiet. If Iowa State University truly wants to create a safe, welcoming, and inclusive environment for its most vulnerable students, it should have no problem backing our demands.
And just to clarify, there's 3 other ones, but we're going to move on just for the sake of letting students share their experiences. I really hope, President Winterstein and the rest of the administration, you consider this. We came out with our time, we missed class, all to meet and make up this list of demands. And I think that it's not unreasonable to ask that you just take action. It's long overdue for the university to take a stance against racism. It's not just up to us and an email to vaguely tell us, hey, we don't want this on campus. You need to show these people that you mean it, okay?
Mm-hmm. All right, so it's time for y'all to share your stories like you did earlier today. We also have more signatures that'll come to you soon.
Hello everyone, my name is Yariel Sinistreas. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm a first-year student here. The fact that I am in only my 2nd month here, and I've already started to see things like this really concerns me, because it brings up concerns about like, am I gonna have to deal with this for the next 4 or 5 years I'm going to be here? And honestly, that does not sit well with me, because I understand when we are taking action against this, it is an argument that we are maybe infringing upon the First Amendment, but there's a certain point where that kind of speech starts to affect my feeling of safety, where I don't feel safe in my own, this is my home now, and I don't feel safe in my home. And I can say I'm a cisgender male, and that I still carry a lot of privilege with that, and I know there's a lot of students that have a lot less privilege than me, and that I face a lot more adversity and barriers and discrimination more than I do. And I am truly concerned for them. And if I don't feel safe, I know they definitely don't feel even as safe as even I do. But when I see these actions, when I see these words, when I see everything that's happening, it starts to affect me. I think about it for the rest of my day, or I'm not focusing on my studies. And that really affects my learning here because it's not conducive. It's not an environment that's conducive to learning, which is what there should be a policy to implement that, which zero tolerance policy would effectively do that. But let's see here. But again, must I remind you that we are the ones that are paying to go here, so we deserve protection. I feel like I'm not made a priority, even though I'm paying as much as everyone else here. I'm doing exactly as everyone else here. And even though I'm a minority, I should be made a priority, whereas we are not being accommodated for our situations. And it feels like as if those white cisgender students are the ones that remain a priority, which is not right. It's not equitable in any way. And I know like some of the reasons, which I'm guessing people not to take action, people aren't taking actions because of white fragility, which is the fear to talk about race. But maybe it's time to start talking about race because this is a real problem on this campus. And I've already seen it here in my first 2 months. Thank you.
Okay, hello, my name is Brianna Diaz. My pronouns are her, hers. So I'm the vice president of AOA. Some of you might be aware of it, some of you aren't. It's a multicultural-based organization. So the reason why I came here today is mainly because just this weekend we're going to be hosting multicultural families, and we have panels for them. One of the main questions that we train about is how Iowa State works with diversity and inclusion. And we are trained to discuss about how Iowa State's a large campus, so there's many opinions, but at some point, someone's opinion becomes blatantly racist, transphobic, homophobic, whatever you would call it. And that's just something that needs to be addressed. And granted, yeah, we have the free speech zone, but like I said, at some point, it's no longer free speech, it's pure hate.
Hi, my name is Jack Kinseth. I won't take too much time. I'm a cis white guy, he, him, his. However, I represent the first year council as director of campus relations. Our job is to prepare first year students arriving on this campus for leadership opportunities, getting acclimated to the university, so forth. And unfortunately, a part of that adaptation and familiarization with the culture of this university is informing students of color coming here for the first time that there are white supremacists on this campus. Collectively, we recognize and appreciate the rights that the First Amendment grants us. We recognize that these bigoted students are using their freedom of speech in a way that is lawfully protected. However, it would be a shame if the administration of this university did not use their voice to condemn this hateful, bigoted rhetoric and make a firm stance in opposition of it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bianca Damas. I'm a sophomore here. So I'm from Minnesota, about 3.5 hours away. So I have never had to deal with racism back in Minnesota until I came here to Iowa, which I thought it wasn't a big deal. I'll be okay with it, but I'm not. Within the past 2 weeks, I've been pushed twice. The sidewalks are pretty big. I'm pretty sure you can walk around me. I don't need to be pushed. And both of the times have been by two white fellow men and think it's funny by pushing me. I don't understand why. And with all the issues that have been going on with racism, kind of makes me think maybe I was being pushed for being different. And some of us, a lot of us are here are students, and some of us are parents. I know I don't appreciate my mom calling me and asking concerning about, are you okay? Every time the media portray something about Iowa State and her asking, is this really happening? How do you feel about that? I don't need my mom always nagging at me like, are you sure you want to go to the school? Do you want me to pull you out? I've met so many great people here, but I do not want to leave. But if I leave, I don't want racism to be the reason why I'm leaving and why my parents are pulling me out of this institution. It provides so many opportunities for us, but don't let a lot of us leave because you guys can't fix an issue that's so easy to fix. So I never say anything, but this is the right time because once it starts affecting your family and not just you, it becomes a big issue. And like one of our fellow students said, we do pay. I do pay to come to institutions. I just don't give you my money for no reason. I am getting an education. This is my home for the next 2-3 years that I'll be here, and if I can't feel safe here, then I don't know what I'm gonna do. I can't even stay on campus longer because I feel like I need to be home where I'm safe. So please make me be out on campus longer so I can study, not have to go back to my room and lock myself in there because this is not okay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Javier Miranda. I use he, him pronouns. A little over a year ago, there was a candlelight vigil out front of Parks Library for, thus far, the deadliest shooting at a synagogue or affecting Jews specifically in America. And Wendy, I saw you there. I saw you shaking hands. I don't remember if you had a candle, probably. And I thought it was good. I thought it was good that you were there. But I have to wonder, seeing Heil Hitler and anti-Semitic neo-Nazi slogans on campus that we can directly trace to students, I have to wonder if you would do what it takes to stop that from happening here. I have to wonder if you would prevent Ames, Iowa, from becoming the next Charlottesville. If you're not ready for that responsibility, figure it out. That's all I have to say.
I'm going to test out this mic now. So I know I've already spoken on this to student government before, but last year I lived in Spectrum, which is supposed to be a safe space housing for LGBTQIA+ students. And last year when the university overcontracted for male housing, they decided that they would put their most vulnerable students in danger by putting them in housing with random people who put up #MAGA signs on their doors and erased queer writings off of our whiteboard and basically made it feel like we shouldn't be on our own floor. Spectrum is now basically hidden on the 4th floor of a building. I don't even feel comfortable saying what building it is since I don't live there, and I don't want to put those students in danger. But it's supposed to be like out and proud, not hidden away on the 4th floor of a building where no one even knows that the floor exists. But that's how it is.
Hi, my name is Tony. I use they, them pronouns, and I also would like to speak on what happened at Spectrum just very quickly because that was pretty much what happened. But we all have different perspectives, and the sad part is that we at Spectrum had to connect to each other through our depression and through our struggles and what we were going through instead of feeling like we were connecting because we were having queer events where we could bond together and events where we felt like we could share each other's company in a comforting way instead of feeling like we had to hide in the dorms and comfort each other, and that was how we bonded. So I just want to put out there that I don't want anyone else to have to experience getting closer to people because they're going through such discrimination, such hatred, and such awful things that they feel like that's the only way that I don't want that to be the experience for anyone else. Even though I have amazing friends now because of it. It's awful that we all had to experience that, and that was the way that we all met each other.
Hi, my name is Marilyn. I use she, they pronouns. And this is actually my 4th year, and I want to kind of like share a story of how I got discriminated by a professor. So how this happened, actually, like, I was on time for class, and he decided to hand out the exam early. And then I sat down, and then he blamed me for being late. But then I checked the time, and it was like 12:10, because that's when my class started. And then this white girl just comes right in, you know, blonde, blue eyes. And like, it was okay. He didn't say anything to her, but he said something to me, and I stood up for myself, because I was like, this ain't right. Like, I don't know what was wrong with him, but that was not okay. That really ticked me off. I also had like friends who also shared stories. So like, well, I have a really good friend. She's black, and she told me a story how like this random white guy just like pulls out his window and ends up yelling the N-word, and she just froze. And she's very sweet, and she's not that like stereotypical like black person you would think of. I really hate those stereotypes because it's like you don't even know these people. They don't know what they've been through, and it's already hard to be a colored person, honestly. Like someone mentioned before that I didn't really think about my race until I came here. Like my first year, yeah, I felt culture shock. I was so scared because I'm first generation too. And I remember Professor, so he told me that like people with like, you know, higher education with parents, he said that they're most likely to be intelligent, but my parents don't have that education. And that made me feel so dumb, because I'm like, I'm coming to the school, I'm trying so hard in my academics, I do whatever I can to like pursue, like I'm trying so hard, like I'm getting tutoring, SI and everything, and it's just so hard, honestly. I'm like I don't have to be the smartest person, but I'm like very hardworking. Like honestly, I had to do all these steps because like just because of that professor said, like I'm just questioning on myself, like am I a dumb student because I'm first generation? Like I have all these questions, and like it just makes me so upset because it's like very like there's a lot of microaggressions on this campus. I've experienced so much that you may not have to think about it, but it affects me so much, and other like students of color, because you have no idea how that feels. Like honestly, like that exposure, like it just makes me so angry and mad. And then I always have to tell people off, but it's because I'm telling like the truth. And if you can't handle the truth, it's like how can we like fix our society, you know? Like if you can't even recognize like the baseline for racism, it's like how we're gonna improve as a school. Like you gotta recognize like these small microaggressions are actually becoming like a very big problematic. It's just kind of the concept of slow violence. Like you throw away that piece of trash, but then it's gonna build up and explode, and then our economy is like doomed, right? That's just kind of like an example of this school too. Like that's just gonna eventually build up, and then eventually we're just gonna have like a very huge conflict. That's all I really have to say. Thank you.
As an addendum to that heartfelt testimony. It's only going to get worse. With the upcoming election in 2020, these issues need to be addressed now. I was not on this campus in 2016. I can only imagine the fluctuation in the sort of rhetoric that was displayed and the hostility between students on campus. But I am telling you, it is going to get worse. Deal with it, please.
So my name is Jose. I'm a first-generation student here. I'm a senior. This isn't an isolated incident. This has been happening all over America for the past 3-4 years. It's just going to keep happening unless the university takes a stand and says, we're not going to allow this shit to happen. It's not going to fly. The past presidents did nothing about it. If this administration doesn't do anything about it, am I going to want my kids to come here? Am I going to be proud to say, I'm a Cyclone, it's all about family, all in together? Am I going to be proud to say that? No. Like, there is a line that keeps getting crossed. And instead of completely erasing the line and starting over and saying, none of this is right, the line just gets moved little by little until shit like this happens. And something big will eventually happen if nothing is done about this. Like, I'm not afraid for my safety. I'm a big-ass dude. Like, if I got to squabble, I can squabble. But what happens when the girl that's walking by herself to the library pepper sprays someone in the face because she feels scared? Or someone gets jumped? Like, something is going to happen, and unless a stand is taken, it's just going to explode, like everyone else has said. So.
Hello, my name is Julius. I'm a senior. My pronouns are he and they. There's a lot of people in this room who are people that would be susceptible to or targeted by white supremacists, specifically on this campus. And as you can see, our existence isn't an option. This isn't optional. This isn't something you can put as like a feather in your cap. It's something we did, like, oh, like Iowa State hates Nazis. That's not something you can brag about. And that's not something you can't even say about this campus. It's not, we're asking for the bare minimum. Our existence is not gonna change whether you do something or not. This problem's going to exist no matter what. This isn't a request. This isn't like another like, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. I'm just disgusted, honestly. This is the bare minimum. We should, like, it's so easy to say that, like, we don't fuck with Nazis. We don't fuck with fascism. That's just so basic. Yeah, honestly.
Hi, my name's Eric Vargas. This has been my dream school since I was, I want to say, 6th, 7th grade. I didn't know what I wanted in life, but I knew I wanted to come here. The reason I'm here is simply because after high school, I went to work at a meat packing plant, and I didn't really know what I wanted to do in college, but I just needed a summer job. I needed somewhere to get money, and the things I saw there were terrible, racism, oppression, and it just sucks seeing that because, you know, you see your parents, your family, they all work in those places, and I applied for a supervisor position so I can move up, you know, and make a change. They told me no, you know, because I didn't have experience. I didn't have any college education right off the bat. So I quit my job. I went to college the next 2 weeks. This is my 3rd year. And Wendy, I'm just asking, you know, support us. I'm trying to complete my goals. First year, I'm not coming to college for me. I'm coming to go back and help my people. I promised them I'd go back, and I just want your help for that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Max Moore. I am one of the student leaders for a relatively new organization on campus that supports queer and trans people of color. And I do remember when the chalk was written, and I remember going to work because I work in the library. And I remember seeing a lot of the chalk and feeling like it was really disheartening, and talking to the other members of my organization about what we would say to the students, because unfortunately we felt like the president's letter that she sent out was lackluster. We felt like there was things missing from it. So we had to reach out to our community. We had to reach out to people in our organization and really supplement for that in order to make sure that they felt like they were safe. So I would like to read you the letter to just kind of show you what a more empathetic tone can feel like when you really try and put yourself in the position of the students in the school, because it's difficult. And having a letter that's saying, we don't accept racism, blah, 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 we know that theoretically. We know that nobody invites the KKK, except for some people, onto their campuses. And so the letter I sent out and that we all kind of put together said, hey y'all, we wanted to take some time to reach out to everybody. We have been talking about how disheartening the chalk around campus has been, how frustrating and hurtful it is to have racist slurs posted in residence halls. With a lack of genuine response from our university president, it shows that the campus will continue to allow us to be openly disrespected. We wanted to take a moment to let you know we are here. We won't let these messages get in the way of our shared space and our care for one another. The upcoming year until the next election might get bad, and even after that, but we're still here. Our communities will continue to thrive, and we will continue to watch out for each other. The messages written around campus are meant to scare us and meant to make us feel small, but that has always meant very little to those who thrive regardless of the difficulties. I would like to remind you that not only are you loved, but you are powerful in your existence. Please take the time to check in on one another and those outside of this group. We will continue to grow as long as we keep our collective strength. Feel free to reach out to us if you need support or someone to talk to. Take a moment and breathe. We are here with you. President Winterstein, I wanted to read you that letter because I feel like that's a more empathetic response than we've heard from you so far. It's unfortunate that for those of us who are concerned with racism here on campus, we don't get to hear a lot of the things that go on campus unless they're talked about with friends. We know that to an extent, putting those in the limelight may make people want to do it to get more notoriety, but the reality is a lot of the people here that you see in this room are really, really hurting, and they need that help from the administration. So when nothing is done, it makes us feel like we're lost. And we don't want to be lost here on Iowa State. We want the opportunity to grow. Thank you.
My name is Jamie. I'm Hankpapa Lachota, and I'm also non-binary and bisexual. I've been on this campus for 5.5 years, so I've seen a lot of shit that's gone down in this time. My freshman year, I was put in the all-girls dorm, and my roommate, knowing I was bisexual, propositioned me repeatedly, even though she was straight and had a boyfriend. And when I didn't respond to her advances because she was a straight woman, she decided to verbally and emotionally abuse me for the rest of the semester while I was trapped in the room with her, and also decided to blame everything on me that went wrong in the room and in her school life, and also humiliate me in front of my friends. That same year, on my same floor, just a couple doors down from me, there was a Catholic girl who told me repeatedly that being gay was a sin. She just couldn't agree with my lifestyle, and she would never be able to support me and who I was, and constantly, cut me down and all sorts of stuff like that. Went out of her way to try and shit-talk me behind my back, the regular sort of generalized homophobia that you deal with. My sophomore year, I got a new roommate, which was awesome, and then she started dating a Trump supporter, which was great. She said she was a liberal and she was just trying to change his point of view, but he was a straight white man. I mean, he wasn't gonna change. He was looking to go into politics for that exact reason. So that was really exciting, being in that mess. Started dating a woman, and whenever she brought him over, got to deal with all of those looks and all of that exciting stuff that happened. Leading up to the Trump election, there was Nazi propaganda that was put in the LGBT room on campus. Typical standard family, the Aryan family
propaganda actually from World War II pinned up in that room. A lot of the other cultural rooms on campus were also targeted with this kind of propaganda. What I'm trying to get at is this homophobia, this racism that's been on campus, it's not new. It's not just coming out into the limelight now. It's always been around. We've always been experiencing this, and it sucks. It sucks. I've been here for 5.5 years, and honestly, I'm graduating this December, thank God, and I can't wait to get out of here because of the way that racism, white nationalism, homophobia has soured my experience here. I want to be able to say that I'm proud of going to Iowa State. Ames is a beautiful city. The surrounding area is gorgeous. If you drive up north to Story City, there's a lake there where you can see all the stars in the sky, the outline of the goddamn Milky Way. It's a beautiful place. It sucks that the administration at this school won't let it also be a beautiful community. So I appreciate any attempts to try and change this, and I hope that things will start to get better because I think there's a lot of other students, incoming freshmen, and even people who are still in school now that deserve to have a better experience going through the school than I did. Thank you very much.
Hello, I am Ani Wright. I'm a junior. And I just want to tell or share with everybody here that I was just talking to my MLO earlier, telling him that a lot of older people always look at me and other students going like, this will be the best time of your life, these best years, and I am not having a great time at all, especially because of this right here. And it's honestly embarrassing, like messaging my mother, going like, oh my gosh, there was just some chalk saying neo-Nazi stuff, blah, 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 Trump 2020 stuff, everything. And she's like, are you safe? Make sure you take care of yourself, stuff like that. And where I'm from, people only look at Iowa as like corn and, you know, just white people. But like, I'm tired of like going back home and talking about my experiences and they go, well, that's because you go to school in Ames, Iowa. And you hear everybody saying that they don't feel safe here, but I want to let y'all know that doesn't mean bring police on the campus because a lot of us will feel a lot more unsafe. And yeah, no more police involvement and figure something out, please.
Hi, my name is Lupe. This is my second year, and I just want to share my experiences that I've been going through here at Iowa State. In 2017, I'm a first-generation student, and in 2017, I brought my parents to campus because they had never been on a college campus, and that was such a big thing for them. And that day, I told myself that this was going to be my home for the next 4 years, and that I was going to feel safe, that I was going to be happy, that I was going to be in my next home, and that my parents had just seen it and experienced it for the first time. Ever since I've been here on campus, I have been discriminated, not only by professors, but also by TAs. I have gone through so many microaggressions in classes by students, by so many faculty members. I tried to take a lead. And decided to take on a role to change some of the things that I know were wrong. And when I tried to talk to the people in power, they ignored everything. They said, oh, okay, even though I told them there were about 20 students who were going through the same things I was going through, that my parents were going through. And they said, oh, I don't think we can change all of that. And that hurt my feelings because I am, like a lot of students have said here, I'm paying the same tuition anyone here, and I should be able to feel safe. I should be able to try to bring new ideas to the table and take them in mind. And it just feels very frustrating because I really want to say that Iowa State is perfect, but it's not. And my people of color are suffering through so many things, and a lot of people are not they're not taking us into their mind. If you're white and you don't know what we go through, you can be in a line. You can be one of our allies. All of these people of color here, they deserve to, we deserve to make our voices heard. Please take in mind everything that we've said because we are trying so hard and we tried
twice as double as any other student here. Please.
I'm Bianca, once again. I just wanted to say one last thing. I don't appreciate walking through campus, and I tend to look down when I walk because I am clumsy. Sometimes I tend to trip on myself, which some of us probably do, but I don't appreciate looking down and saying, build the wall. My parents immigrated here for a better life for me and my siblings. They work hard every day, they pay their taxes, and I don't appreciate people telling us to go back to our country. There's a reason why my family came here. A lot of us immigrated here for many reasons. We work. You look out on the streets, you don't see a fellow Hispanic or something. Most of the time you see a fellow white person out asking for money. So don't come for my people saying that we are not paying taxes, that we're not doing anything. We're trying as hard as we can to make a life in this country, and walking around campus and seeing build the wall really hurts, thinking that my parents could easily be sent back to their country and then I have to work 10 times harder. If my parents, for example, get deported next week, what do I have to do? Drop out of school, find a job to be able to support myself, because my parents are my support system. So I don't appreciate seeing that, and I don't think I want to continue to see that, and I just want you to put yourself in a situation where you're looking down on the sidewalk and you see something that you don't like and you're like, wow, that's how I feel. Imagine there's a stereotypical thing where blondes are stupid. They tend to say that. Imagine if you're a blonde and you look down and you're stupid. You sometimes tend to believe that. When I see certain things, I begin to believe that, and I shouldn't be believing that. So put yourself in my shoes. When you look down on that sidewalk and you see something that you don't appreciate, that's how I feel.
All right, it's Ariel again. I have just a couple more things to say. One of the biggest things I want to emphasize is if you have noticed, speakers coming up here have really been trying to hold themselves back. We aren't allowed to fully express our emotions ever, because if not, we become the uneducated Latinx, the angry black girl, the angry liberal, and then they label us. And at that point, that's when we start to lose our audience. It's when we start to lose everyone, because they don't see us as actual citizens. They don't see us as actual people. They just see us as enemies or as people they shouldn't even care about. But when we do that, we are forced to change ourselves, and that's one of the hardest things about being a minority. Where we can never fully express ourselves ever in any way, because if not, we are targeted. And that's just one of the things that we have to deal with, that almost every minority has to deal with. And the fact that it's never addressed, even with the sliver of the experiences we are telling the community, it's trying to be covered up, and that really starts to invalidate our experiences. Saying just in the email what happened and not addressing it makes it feel like as if what happened to me never even happened, what happened to people never even happened. Because I've been talking to students around, I've been talking to a lot of people, only about like 15% of the student body actually know what has actually been happening. And the first step to solving a radical issue like this, where it's based in racism, is acknowledging that there is a problem. And that means letting everyone know what is actually happening. Because we can't keep doing this. I can't keep just stuffing these feelings away, stuffing everything away. Because then I start to feel like I'm not myself anymore. Because in essence, racism and these actions aren't all of our problems. We are just on the back end of it. And I said this earlier, but racism is white people's problems. But yet we only see people of color here mostly, and only a couple allies, which is not what it should be like. This is all of our problems, administration's problems. This is your guys' problems, and we are not seeing it. I'm waiting for something.
Hi, my name is Emily Birch. I use she, her pronouns. President Winterstein,
I just wanted to take a second and remind you about the campus climate survey in 2018. I was there when the results were announced. I'm sure you remember reading and hearing about the physical, the verbal aggression towards all sorts of minority students on campus. And I'm sure you also remember being confronted by a student of color during the question and answer period who was frustrated about the administration's inaction on the sorts of things reported that weren't being reported for the first time that we know have happened. And I remember seeing you look that student in the eye and tell him that something would happen. And it hasn't. And now there's more students demanding it. It's not the first time that the administration's been publicly confronted. And maybe because there's more here this time, maybe it's more public, but I hope that we don't have to skip class and organize like this again to get you to do something.
I love watching everyone shift to look at me. That was fun. But hi, my name is Trinity Dearborn. My pronouns are they, them, theirs. Usually I get up here and list a really long list of what I'm involved in. However, today I'm not representing those organizations. I'm representing myself and everyone's similar experiences because my story is not unique, but it is individual. So to start, I am a trans person of color. That's usually what I rep, and people see me as like that happy-go-lucky gay that's representing, and I'm super visible. But then there's the side where I am so visible that I am scared for my life. I have been on this campus since I was 15, and I have never felt safe a day here. And that's something people don't want to talk about. They don't want to address it. They just want to see me as the representation that I became because there was no representation. My estimated life expectancy with my two big identities, if you want to categorize them, is 30 to 40 years. And that's even worse if you're Black or brown folks, and I recognize my privilege within a system of not being privileged. And so just to realize that I agree. We should not have to be here to represent ourselves, to talk about the issues that affect us every day. It has become our problem, but it should not be our problem. Why are we the ones educating? Why are we here to speak for ourselves? Where are our allies? Where are the people talking for me when I was 15 and had to become the representation? Where were the allies when I am scared and when I can't call the cops because I don't trust the police and I have my friends on speed dial in case something happens to me? Where are the people when I don't know what's going to happen to me by the time I graduate? I am so visible, which puts a target on my back. Does it have to be when I come out of this bruised and assaulted? Where will be the change when I could come to this campus black and blue and no one will change or nothing will be seen? Thank you.
Hi, I'm a little shy. My name is Hugo Perez, and I'm a transfer student from ICC, and I only have 2 years here, and I've already seen a lot. You know, I'm just standing here, and I'm thinking, you know, this shouldn't, like, for people of color, this shouldn't have to be their battle. It should be up to the administration for change. It's quite sad that we have to witness this and know not change is being done. It's quite disheartening. So, you know, it's really up to Iowa State, you know, to change, you know, the policies that they're making, because this sets a tone for future students who are coming here. And it's, for right now, it's not looking good. It's really not looking good. And, you know, if you're getting students from other countries, if you're getting students from who are multicultural and they see all that chalk that's being written, you know, all that racism that's going on, that makes students shy away, that makes them not want to come here. And that's what I don't want other transfer students seeing. I don't want other, you know, people of color seeing that. I don't want, you know, just every student who wants to feel welcomed, not see that. That's not what I envision Iowa State, I came here knowing that this would be a beautiful, charismatic, wild campus. And from what I'm seeing now, especially after my 2 years, I'm just seeing, the opposite. So as my final point, I know change is really hard, and I totally get that, but, you have to do the right thing, and sometimes the right thing is hard to do, but it's necessary. And what Iowa State does will set the tone for other students who are coming here to Iowa State. So I just ask is that y'all do the right thing, because, I have a little sister who might be going here, and I might tell her, about the great things that Iowa State, but do I also have to tell her that, oh yeah, Iowa State was also racist at that time? Or do I want to say now, oh, Iowa State's better than it was back then ago? So please, really please consider that. And I've asked you, President Wendy, to really set the tone for Iowa State, because it's scaring away your students, and I'm pretty sure you don't want to raise that tuition up further if you're not getting more students. So, yeah. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Perla, and I'm in CALS. And Wendy, I'm honestly tired. Thank you, everyone, for sharing your stories. But I'm honestly tired of having to keep doing this with you. I've been in a room with you when you were a dean, hearing students of color share their experiences in CALS, and that's what inspired you to come up here and like really set your presidency. Like, I know that's in your heart and you want to like do that, but I'm just tired. This is just bullshit. Like, when is this gonna change? Like, I know that you're behind your offices, like behind your closed doors, and you want to do something, but it's time for you to stop talking about it with your people and actually do something. What happens in CALS is not an isolated incident. Like, that stuff has been happening for a long, long time, and it's gonna keep happening, and it's gonna keep getting stronger, and it's happening all over the university. And I'm just tired of it. When are you gonna get tired of it? When are you gonna do something about it? You've heard so many stories already. Like, when are you going to seriously do something? Like, come on. Like, thank you.
Hello. Oh, God, it's weird to hear your own voice. I'm Aurora. I'm currently a member of the Spectrum housing community. I was homeless for 3 years. When I was from the ages of 9 to 13, my mother would not let me in her house because I was queer. And she even tried to set me on fire once. I've been here for a total of 2 months. I've already been called a faggot twice. I've already been the subject of many transphobic jokes. Whenever I hear those things, I get zapped back to those moments where I'm getting the absolute shit beaten out of me. When I am terrified and alone, it's just horrifying, and you don't want to go to your classes because you don't want to freak people out because you're in the middle of a panic attack. And those 3 years I was homeless, I spent most of my time on my grandmother's couch, sleeping there. She is a disabled Lakota elder, and she would always tell me that the Lakota people don't have a word for sorry for a reason. Talk is cheap, and it means nothing. All of those letters you produce mean nothing. So actually, do something about it. This is the time for action. I shouldn't have to stand up here and talk about my PTSD and make myself visible just so that you'll actually fucking do something. Talk means nothing.
Hi, everyone. My name is Regine Peters. I'm a senior. I do want to address and speak to student government right now. I've been observing you for this whole session, and I do want to honor this time and this space, and I do want to thank you that we have the chance to tell our stories. I also think that we deserve the respect for you to be present and engaged when we are standing up here and giving you our lived experiences. It is not cool for you to be sitting back in your chair, slumped, disengaged, because that does not bode well for us as students. You are the student government. You represent us, and we elected you to be in this role. So I just ask that you give us the respect, the decency to at least listen to us, and then continue having these conversations. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hector Arbuckle, and I'm a sophomore. And I think that there does need to be a major cultural shift on this campus. There is a lot of racism and an undercurrent of Eurocentrism that is all across this campus. I think that there just has to be, it's incumbent on every student here and on the administration to really take a new look at yourself and the systems that you're a part of, and racism and homophobia and all these structures to challenge them. I've noticed that during the classes that I've taken, such as when I took African American studies, a lot of the students would not really pay attention in class. They kind of blew it off. And I feel that this is something that happens for a lot of white students, not all definitely, but a lot of people kind of ignore racism as if it were like somebody else's problem or something that wasn't really important, or they just feel like they themselves they just don't feel comfortable talking about it because it's such a horrible topic. No one likes to talk about it. But I think this university really needs a conversation about racism in all the dorms, in all the classes. So yes, thank you.
Hey, just calling up Senator Alex Klein. He'd like to make a comment.
Hello, everybody. The first thing that I'd like to say is, my pronouns are he, him, his. I am a proudly gay man. I came out in 2016, before the presidential election, and I have seen firsthand some of the vitriol, some of the hatefulness, and some of the just awful things that people can do to other people. And so I, for one, as a member of student government, stand with all of you and would like to make that clear. In addition, I would like to say that while the Joffrey incident may have been the spark that called the firemen to the scene, it was not the only incident. That house was on fire long before that spark. And I am asking that members of student government, as well as people in the administration, act as firemen and firewomen, to stand up and go charging headfirst into that building, no matter the risk, to save the vulnerable, to stand up for those of us who don't have a voice, to stand up for those of us who are scared to tell our stories, to stand up for those of us who might not feel safe at Iowa State. It is hard to learn when you don't feel safe. It is difficult to take a stand and say that you don't feel safe and put yourself in that vulnerable position. I have admiration for everyone who has come up here and who has spoke their truth and said their experience. I would also like to state that white supremacy is a real problem on this campus, and that we ought to call it what it is. It is domestic terrorism. When you feel unsafe in this campus, you are being threatened, and those threats have meaning. People's safety is not something to take lightly. And while it might be easy for some of us who hold a white identity, who hold a non-minority identity, to disregard those opinions, you don't have the same lived experience as people who can't hide their identity, as people who walk around every day without the ability to shield themselves from hatefulness. I'm lucky. I don't have to share that I'm gay. I can just walk around and act straight. But not everyone can do that, especially people of color. It is so hard, especially in Iowa. According to the 2010 census, 91% of Iowa is white. Can you imagine coming to a campus where you know the entire state is overwhelmingly not like you and trying to advocate for your rights? We shouldn't even need to. Iowa, up until about 2007, had an amazing 2009, had an amazing record of civil rights history. And we're throwing it in the trash. We're actively working to prevent people of color from coming up and sharing their stories. As much as this seems nice, unless there is action, all of this was worthless. So I ask that we do take action. And I know that some members of student government, myself included, have taken action. And I would like to encourage everyone who might be scared to take action for any number of reasons, that you put aside that fear, as everyone here has done tonight, and take a stand. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ro. I'm a graduate student. I felt like you were talking to me on that last point, so here I am, she, her, hers. Last week, I walked outside my building and saw the HH for Heil Hitler outside the sidewalk, and to be honest, I froze. I haven't experienced that kind of feeling in a while, since my first institution that I went to, also in the Midwest. And I went and I talked to my department head about it, and he just said, yeah, we can get some water on it. And that was what was done. And I know that we as a school have a ton of issues that we need to work on. But the feeling of not being safe, I haven't been able to concentrate on any of my work. I haven't been able to concentrate in my classes. I'm checking behind me every time that I'm walking home. I mean, this is not an okay feeling. And the thing is, I'm not the only student that's feeling it. Like, there are students here that are feeling it all the time. And that's not okay. And the fact that this is happening is ridiculous. And if I'm not gonna say something, if I don't have the courage to say something, then who is? I'm originally from Israel. My grandparents lived through the Holocaust, and a lot of my families didn't. A lot of the family members didn't make it. They were one of the numbers, the statistics, okay? So we're not that far away from it. And we can't let this happen again to anyone for any reason. Let's do something about it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joshua Hanyang, he, him, his, College of Business Senator, as well as an Asian American student here at Iowa State. Thank you for everyone who's spoken so far. I don't want to make my words any less meaningful than anybody who has spoken so far, because your words and your experiences are just as important, if not more important than mine. When I came to Iowa State, I wanted to escape racism from my hometown. My hometown was predominantly white. I went to a suburb of the Des Moines area at Waukee High School, and there I experienced microaggressions and acts of racism as part of my normal growing up life. Part of my reason for coming to Iowa State was so that I could see an increase in diversity of not only my own brothers and sisters of Asian American background, but also people of different backgrounds that weren't just white and weren't just of my same cis orientation. When I came to Iowa State, I was shocked to find out that a lot of the culture here wasn't that way, that I experienced some of the same microaggressions and some of the same racist incidents that I experienced when I was going to high school. And it saddened me to see that some of the people who were doing these things were people that I respected previously, were people that I went to class with, and with people who I didn't really see doing these things anywhere else. I've written down a few things that I'd just like to address to both our audience here tonight, to members of the administration, and to members of student government that I think that we could do to work together over the course of the year and the following years to come that I believe will help address some of these things now in the future. First of all, thank you for those who came and organized today and shared your raw emotions, your experiences in the face of a power system that doesn't always allow for that. I was considering not even speaking now because when I have to be up here as a College of Business senator, I have to weigh what I say a lot more because I'm representing people who, from all backgrounds, who may be upset with the things I say. And really, I shouldn't do that as a student. I should be able to say things that I feel are raw and I feel that can be controversial, but I have to limit that. At the same time, I appreciate your raw, your tangible, and your very emotional responses to these sort of things because if you don't say it, they will go unheard. To our audience, I also say that you need to continue to fight. This is one of the first places that I've seen our Senate meeting this full, and I would like to see it every single week. I know that you all have busy schedules, so that's not possible, but I would love to see this many people involved in our student government and involved in our university as there were today. Also, to our members of student government, it is good to be challenged. We need to hear the people who are saying that we need to be engaged, proactive, and involved in these sort of things, and we need to feel to some degree, attacked by these sort of things, because without it, we grow complacent with the positions that we have been elected here. I know that when I was elected, I did not want to feel comfortable in the seat during any single Senate meeting, and tonight just proved to me that I should not feel comfortable when people are having their safety of physical, emotional well-being threatened by racist acts on campus. Finally, to our administration, thank you for listening. Thank you for being invested in this. Thank you for being open to change, although I also will say that we need to continue to work on that, as many people have also said. Young people are the future of this university, of this state, and of this country. We are the people who will address these issues head on, and unfortunately, young people are also the people who are causing these problems today. The people who already have the power here at Iowa State and the people who have the power here in the United States are standing by and letting these things happen, which just creates a vicious cycle in which no change will be had by the time we are your age. In order for change to happen, young people need to be able to challenge norms, each other, and current laws and regulations in order to make changes, especially with changes where racial harassment is concerned, so that people who come to these places and come to these institutions to have a better life, to have an education, and to make friends with each other, that they feel like they can actually get the chance to do so without being hindered by these incidents. Also, a point I would like to address is while I appreciate the community building that the university facilitates through programs of multicultural, of pride, of all of the different representation that we have throughout campus, those communities often will bond through trauma. And oftentimes, these communities, even though they're good, and even though they definitely have a place at the university, it does not eliminate the challenges that they face, and it only makes them stronger in the face of it. I invite you to work with us starting tonight. I invite those of you who stayed here for open forum to stick around, because I believe that tonight the members of Senate are actively pursuing the things that you were talking about. I invite you to come back next week, to come back to open forum so that we have to be in the Great Hall again, so that you're still making these demands of us, because without that, we have no purpose. So I thank you again, and I really hope that more people will echo what I've already said. Thanks.
So my name is Kate Alucard, and I'm a second-year DVM MPH candidate. I serve on the Iowa State University Senate as the College of Vet Med Senator, which in previous years has been an underrepresented college. For those of you that don't know, we don't have a home on main campus. So it's really important that we do have a voice and we are paying attention to what's going on, especially because campus climate involves all of us. Privilege is a privilege, and it is a responsibility. I stand before you as a white, cisgender, pagan, bisexual female that takes daily medication for my depression and anxiety. My identity is more than this brief sentence that describes me, but it's a snippet into who I am and the privilege I have. No, I didn't grow up with a white picket fence, but it was pretty close. I was well represented in the world, and I never feared for my safety. TV characters had the same color of skin as me. The toys I had access to growing up looked like me. When I got pulled over this summer, I didn't inherently fear for my life. When I walked on the streets of Ames, I don't worry about being killed for who I am. I don't walk down main campus wondering if I'll be called a racial slur. I don't wonder if someone will outwardly discriminate against me because of who I am or what I look like and attack me physically, verbally, or worse, aside from being a femme-presenting individual. I have a lot of privilege, and it is my duty to stand before you and make a difference with it. Privilege is something that we don't talk about, especially those that have a lot of it. I had an ex at one point upset that privilege was put upon him and he was punished for having privilege, and I laughed. That's not how this works. Privilege isn't a punishment. It is not something to complain about, but you know what? I certainly hear a lot of complaints from privileged individuals about people of color asking for retribution for hundreds of years of mistreatment, systemic racism, and unheard of rates of criminalization. I hear homophobic slurs in the halls of most buildings on this campus, and students throw around the R word like it's going out of style. I know of a freshman called the N-word unsolicited within her college on main campus multiple times this semester, and her parents are already considering pulling her out. I know of anti-LGBTQIA sentiment displayed in my own college. I hear professors use incorrect and racist terms for groups of people. I've heard people in the locker room casually say that they literally have PTSD, or how they are, quote, triggered. But they'll never know what it feels like when I wake up at 4 a.m. crying uncontrollably, having a flashback, and can't breathe because of my panic attacks after I was raped. I hear a lot of empty promises from staff, faculty, and administration. I cannot say that I have been directly affected or attacked by all of the behavior I've mentioned tonight, but that is honestly not the point. Having privilege means you have a responsibility to stand for those who do not share in your privilege. There is so much social inequity and inequality in our daily lives, not only at Iowa State, but in the Ames community, that even if you aren't affected by it directly, it still matters. The examples I've given tonight of inequity and inequality are not even remotely comprehensive. This is not an exhaustive list. Yet privileged individuals are quick to become upset when the slightest thing goes awry. And yet there are literally people who wonder if they will be attacked for who they are. Inequity and inequality and exclusion takes many forms, as so many of you have expressed tonight. Some people cancel plans because they can't access the venue that the event is at. Others must plan what to wear so that they can present a particular way because they literally fear for their lives if they presented true to their own identity. And here on Iowa State campus, there is evidence of hate speech, oppression, discrimination, and a lack of response from faculty, staff, and administration in these issues. I do condone the behaviors of those who have spoken out, but as many of you guys have expressed tonight, we have a lot of work to do, and it is not enough where we are at now. So how do we check our privilege? How do we normalize the conversation about groups of people who are oppressed or not represented equitably or respectfully? What about those who are openly discriminated against, criminalized, and attacked because of who they are? We condemn the injustices of those folks who cannot speak for themselves. And student government, that is part of our role on this campus. Considering recent events at Iowa State University, President Winterstein has made a verbal stance about the bigoted ideas behind the racist messages and conduct. My own personal dean of the College of Veterinary Medicine, Dr. Daniel Grooms, has also made an outward stance saying that hate has no place at Iowa State, within the College of Vet Med, or the world. But those are just words on a paper or in an email. It's not enough. And yet, there are still numerous colleges, faculty, staff, and other community leaders who have not come forward and made a statement on these issues. I'm sure many of us are wondering, well, why didn't my department head say something? Where am I going to be protected? I am lucky. I do not think these thoughts on a daily basis, but I am an ally of those that do. And again, this is not an exhaustive list. So this is my call to action, so that words are more than just words. People need to speak out, and not just those being discriminated against or oppressed. So here I stand before you, a person of immense privilege, to also stand against racism, bigotry, and xenophobia in all forms, to condemn those that hide behind the banner of free speech and use the Constitution of the United States and our president as an argument to defend their outward discrimination, hatred, and oppression of others. I stand here as a symbol too. I stand for those who need it most, who can't be here, who are too scared to be here, and to call for action by those within the administration to not just speak on these issues, but to actually address these issues. So here is why I'm here. This is for the 20-plus transgender and gender nonconforming people fatally shot or killed by other violent means so far in 2019, according to Human Rights Campaign data. This is for the people with disabilities who have less than adequate healthcare providers or worse are just denied care. This is for the insane rates of criminalization and incarceration affecting people of color. This is for the whitewashed undergraduate, graduate, and professional programs across the country, including my own. This is for the students at Iowa State who don't feel safe or welcome going to school here, and those who have moved out of residence halls and other campus housing because of the lack of action by the Department of Residence. This is for the future of our generation and the generations that came before us and those that will come after ours in this campus and in this community. This is for the people who can't be here tonight and for the people who need the voice the most. Privilege is a privilege, and President Winterstein, it is time to do something with yours.
Good evening, everyone. It has brought to my attention, along with my fellow peers and people that I do not even know, that we all have a student government advisor who in the past had posted a picture of himself, blackface. Now, as we all know, or majority of us know, that professionals and upperclassmen say, oh, watch what you post on social media because the possible people that will hire you will look at it. If that was the case, then why was this man hired when he had that on his social media of blackface being portrayed? And we are supposed to be a diversity and inclusion university, but that shows that it is not. I do understand that the Instagram was deleted, the profile, but that is not enough. It is very unacceptable. I am highly concerned. And the behavior, I feel, in my opinion, and along with other people that notice this action, is not appropriate.
Anyone else wishing to speak can approach the lectern. It's your time.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Eisenstein. I am a student at ISU, just like the rest of you. I'm currently a sophomore. So I am a Jewish American. I've always been a Jewish American, and scandalous enough, I happen to have a boyfriend. Surprise. So everyone coming up here has been calling for action given the racially prejudiced vandalism that we've seen, as well as some of the anti-Semitic chalk messages. And I have to ask, what kind of action are we going to take? I mean, I've heard calls to just shut people up. I mean, we made rules against vandalism. That obviously didn't stop them. There is one issue I think we can fix, though, and that issue is Iowa Administrative Code, Chapter 9, subsection 681, Part D. That is, I know it's a bit of a mouthful. So that is the part of Iowa Administrative Code that threatens any individual, law-abiding or not, with expulsion from this institution for possession of a firearm or other weapon on campus. Now, in the state of Iowa, in order to apply for a permit to legally carry a weapon, one must be over 21 years of age and complete a handgun safety course, not to mention pass one hell of a background check. Why is it that despite these individuals being able to legally carry their weapons anywhere off campus, literally just a few hundred feet away from where we all are right now, why is it that they can do whatever they want off campus, but on campus they're threatened with expulsion? Now, look, we can debate this for a long time, and I'm happy to take questions. I'm happy to talk about this. But the thing is, Iowa Administrative Code, Chapter 9, subsection 681, Part D, is not something we can change directly, obviously. That's all in control of the Iowa Board of Regents. But if you can pass the right resolution, we can at least get the ball rolling. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Trevor. I'm a junior at Iowa State, just like all of us in this room, most likely. I would like to remind the student government, the administrators here tonight, and the audience of the First Amendment. The Constitution of the United States of America, 1789. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of a religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people to peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for the redress of grievances. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that when we talk about privilege, that's what we're talking about. I want to continue. Let's continue this dialogue, and please share your stories.
Hey, how valid is your Constitution when you're on stolen land?
Okay, so this is something that people in positions of privilege are really fucking bad at. Really bad at. My Filipino, indigenous, and black mother always taught me, like, if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. I think we really need to be worried about the context of a campus where people of color, women, members of the queer community don't feel safe, and at the same time, like, they feel threatened by violence. And at the same time, there are people that want more guns to be more present on campus. And like, when you see those two dots lining up, they're not necessarily connected, but people who are likely to be targets are gonna feel like they are. And people in positions of privilege are gonna have all day to shrug that off and say, like, oh no, it's completely, there is no correlation between people who are racist and people who like guns and people who are creating this atmosphere and then are opening up these weird ass opportunities to have some shady stuff going on. So I feel like everyone over here, their red flags are going off just hearing about, like, the fact that there are Nazis on campus and now we want guns to be in this, like, that's too explosive. No pun intended. Like, that's just, so as someone with, unprivileged eyes, I mean, I present mask, but this is one of those times where it both looks like a duck and fucking quacks like a duck. Thank you.
Can you hear me all
My name is Katie, I use she, hers. And all I really wanted to say was like, it's been like echoed by other people, but like, this is like a white people problem. And that all of these like emails you write, like these things that you say, like these like weird these weird like things that are being put on campus, like, are they being directed at like, okay, sorry, that's not going so well. Essentially like, you need to start talking to white people about the shit that they're doing. Like, you need to talk to white supremacists about the shit that you're doing. Like, you need to stop talking just to like students like, oh, here's like another way you can like report the terrible things that are happening to you. Like, you need to like talk to white students and be like, the places that you're coming and talking, like the things that you are coming and doing, they're unacceptable. We need to like start talking about punishment. We need to start talking about how like these like white people, like just like the shit that they're doing, like you just need to stop only talking to the people that are being hurt and the people that are having violence thrust upon them. You need to talk about the people that are abusing people, like the same way that we're like how about we just like stop blaming survivors for the shit that's going on? Like how about we actually talk to the people that are like committing the violence and like really putting the work in with them to like just speak to them, you know, and like come up with punishments and stuff. Like, I think like that's really where the target should be.
Hello everyone, my name is Natalia Rios Martinez. I'm a sophomore obviously at Iowa State University. First, before I say what I want to say that I do agree with the person that just talked. What I'm gonna say may sound like I disagree, but I don't. I'll explain it now. Okay, so I think we all agree that the administration has a lot of work to do. I think we all agree on that. But here's like a hard pill to swallow. And I know it's gonna be hard to hear, but we need to do our part. I acknowledge that we did not create this problem. Therefore, people shouldn't be looking at us to come up with solutions. Like, I acknowledge we didn't create this problem. Therefore, we don't need to come up with solutions. Nonetheless, the problem is here, and the problem is hurting our people, our community, our sisters, our brothers, the Latinos, and other minority groups. So I guess my invitation would be to educate. That is one awesome tool that we all have. We're here learning, but we can also teach other people. One other girl said about her parents being immigrants because they were coming from Mexico, if I'm not mistaken. But like, are they really immigrants? If we look back into our history, we know that parts of Mexico were parts of the United States. Like, we need to educate our people. So whenever you can, whenever you're in class, and you see a professor using maybe words like Caucasian or something that doesn't sit well with you, stand up, say something. You have a voice, you have knowledge that you have gained here, so you need to share that, and we need to do our part. And yeah, so I'm checking my notes. Yeah, so that's my invitation. Let's educate people, because clearly we have a lot of ignorant people here. Thank you.
Hi, I forgot to introduce myself last time. My name's Cecil Rickrell, and I use any pronouns. I was thinking back to the last time I was at a student government meeting, and some of you might remember this because I recognize some of you, but a neo-Nazi was on campus and basically trespassed in a building and was escorted out by ISU PD, and wasn't escorted off campus until he started yelling slurs at students, and he got a nice safe ride off of campus. And supposedly administration didn't figure out who invited him, and as far as I know, no students ever got in trouble for it, but we know someone here invited him to come here. And I think it's just really interesting. We have no protection stopping from that happening again, that anyone who wants to say whatever they want can show up on campus and say slurs at students, and they'll get a safe ride off of campus. And I know Wendy sent out an email about that, addressing that. And on the current email, I actually also do not know what event is being referred to in that, because as far as I know, there's 3. There were maybe more, I don't know. But explaining what happened is part of saying that it won't happen again. If we don't know what happened, you can't stop it.
Hey, y'all. My name is Chris Simmons, and I'm a proud queer student here at Iowa State. I'm going to be quick because my legs are shaking. But I've got a question for Wendy Winterstein and the people talking about the First Amendment here. Aren't you worried? Because I worry every damn day that I'm going to wake up one day and it's going to be the last time that I would have seen one of my friends or the people that I care about on this campus because they're too black or too brown or too visibly queer. I see the shit that happens on this campus. I hear the slurs in their mouths. I see what's written in chalk. And I don't believe for a damn second that you don't see it too. If you're not doing anything, you're complicit. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Tiffany. I was a little reluctant to come up here. I'm a third-year student, and it's great to see all you guys here. But when we're throwing around the word privilege, if you take one look at me, probably your first conclusion would be just a white girl. I actually am half Costa Rican. I come from a one-parent income home, and just looking at one person to make that assumption that you are privileged or that you have money is something that shouldn't be easily thrown around, and it can actually be a sensitive topic. Because some people come from struggling, and yes, there are people out there that are definitely privileged. But to throw it around and to jump to conclusions, because it's like for me to jump into someone's life and say, oh, you have this issue, or you must be everything fine. You can't make those kind of bases around people because you don't know what's going on in their life. You don't know what they're feeling. And when it comes to situations like that, it's kind of hard to really combine that divide that's going on. Because if we're not willing to, be open-minded and listen to each other's voices, if you just completely, shut out that other person's voice just because you think they're privileged or they're not agreeing to your, opinion, yes, it may be hard if things are hurtful, and things are always going to be hurtful, and we will not stand for that. You should be able to be strong and speak for your mind and be able to stand on your opinions. But not only that, you should be open to be a little bit friendly to ones that are not violent. Like, people may share different opinions, but the ones that are not, offensive, that are maybe a little bit controversial. For an example, freedom of speech. We were talking about the First Amendment, and one girl came up here and she kind of in a way targeted my friend over there by saying he's privileged. You can't just jump to the conclusion of that. And when it comes to the conversation of freedom of speech, yes, there's hate speech, and that's should be condoned on campus. But then touching base into the chalking, as club president, can I help you? Sure, go ahead. I don't know, because I am not. Well, the thing, I want to ask you a question. When it comes to becoming a first-generation immigrant or an immigrant, have you ever been able maybe a lot of people have experienced that, being able to come into the country and struggle going through customs because people are jumping to the conclusion that your mom may be someone that needs to be investigated because she may be some sort of threat to the United States being there. You have to wait through the TSA to make sure your mom is scanned. See, there's different levels. Like, yes, we share the same ground that we suffer this whole disconnection where people jump to conclusions about each other. Like, that's why I don't put myself and just start thinking what it's like to be, I don't make those assumptions because I don't, but that's the thing we're talking about, is having that communication to be able to know what it's like and be open to share that opinion. And yes, I'll get to you guys. Thank you. Yes, definitely. Well, the thing is, I was more referring to him, honestly. Like, yeah. he came up here and read the First Amendment, and he's just kind of stating the fact that we have a freedom of speech. And for someone to come up and say, that's the privilege talking, just kind of, threw me off guard, because I'm like, you can't just jump to conclusions. Like, you would hate if I just jumped to the conclusion of, based off your color of your skin, you're this. Well, because I'm white, oh, she must be a white girl. Like, it goes both ways, honestly. Exactly. And that's why we need to sit down and have these conversations. Because the thing is, but not now, but let me finish.
All right, individuals, I would like to remind that anyone who's speaking is really brave enough to speak, so we need to respect their space. If y'all want to do the questioning, I would like them to complete, and then if you want to do those questions, please limit it to 1 or 2. That would be helpful, so that we can lead the conversation somewhere rather than questioning each other. Thank you.
I apologize. I just tend to let people be able to speak their mind. But I know I'm kind of shying away here. I'm sorry. But just in regards to the whole space, yes, we need to cut this whole racism thing out of the picture. It's complete bull. In fact, the thing that caught me off guard is the fact that I remember my freshman year, someone put a sign for white supremacy on the wall, and then no one blinked an eye. And then now that this whole Joffrey incident is occurring, why is it suddenly being brought up to attention that that's an issue? That's kind of what blew me off guard, is this thing was actually, this was seriously rather than something that could be played as a joke. So, this movement should have been started a while ago, but the thing is, everything is kind of like doing a snowball effect where it kind of hits too hard, and people just don't know how to understand it. I'm sorry. we can talk afterwards if you want. It's all good. Okay, go for it.
Yes, I also want to just recognize and reclaim the floor to what we're here for. We need to recognize that the reason why Wendy's even here today is because of these students right here who stood in her office and waited for her to answer a phone call. And because these students right here demanded that she show up tonight. And because these students right here invited her. So there is a time and place, and I appreciate everyone feeling comfortable enough to come up here. But it is our space, and it's these students' space right now, and it's their priority right now that we are putting, because we are here as students against racism. And that's what we're here for today. We're here to share those stories because we're here for Wendy and all of the administration to recognize what's happening on campus and to respond to the demands that we have given that are in regards to racism on campus. So let's reclaim this conversation and let's continue with our stories and the conversation where we're demanding the administration respond to racism on campus.
Well, hello again. I apologize if I didn't make something clear. Obviously, I am very scared, as being both Jewish and gay, double whammy here. Obviously, I'm here to help find a solution that works for all of us. Now, I know one of you mentioned your concern that, say some butt wipe has murder on their mind, whether they be, a Nazi or God knows what else. What I'd like to ask is, why would they care about an honor-based weapon restriction that, let's be honest, if you're committing murder, I don't think they're going to care too much about being expelled from this institution anyway. Another thing I'd like to point out, someone suggested, we introduce more guns, you're going to get more violence. Well, then why is it that we inject people with inoculated viruses to keep them from getting sick? Thank you.
Hello. So, kind of like something we have to acknowledge is that people who are privileged and who this is their first time, and especially being on a campus this big where you do know that if you are white, you have the upper hand, it's very important to realize that a lot of people with these ideologies really think they're right. because that's how they were raised, right? Like we have to start, yes, opening that dialogue, but also realizing that I think this is a perfect opportunity for us to have a sit down and conversation, not tonight because we are talking about personal stories, but acknowledge that, hey, it seems like we need a course on all of this, right? Like a one-on-one of what is privilege, one-on-one of how white supremacy has built up this nation and what it's doing to us now. And maybe then we can have these civil discussions over these issues. But like, that's why we're turning to y'all. You have a say in this. There is so much to unpack, not just at this university, but like on a national level and even global level. We really have to talk about it, and I appreciate everyone who has shared their personal stories, and I really hope that y'all actually want to have a dialogue and talk about it. Feel free to go to any of these organizations in their meetings. Please do not go there to just shout your opinions, but definitely go. I know a lot of these students like put on these one-on-one, what is privilege, like these things are happening on campus. Get yourselves informed, get there. Talk about it. Like, there is no shame in admitting that you don't know that as a white person you carry a lot of privilege over another person and that there are other identities. When I say that you have a privilege, it's because you're white passing. I don't get away with that. And you don't understand that because you don't know what it's like to be a brown, a black person, or a person who can definitely, you can tell they are not white. It's so complicated. And we're not gonna get to it tonight, but I just asked, look for those spaces. They're there, and I asked administration to create those spaces. They are needed. Thank you.
Hi, Tony, again, they, them pronouns. Just even though I think some people have defined privilege in an amazing way in this space, I would like to also help because there seems to be some disconnects, or that I don't know if it's because people have been missing parts of it. But I want to make sure that to contribute to it, that I also want to help bring awareness that understanding your privilege is the most important step to it. I am femme passing. I am someone who did not present as visibly queer. For the longest time, I had a lot of privilege. I still do, you know, and that's something that needs to be addressed. And it's very important that you take the time to actually go to, as mentioned, these spaces where you're taking the time to educate yourself as well. It is not just us that needs to speak out against these issues. It is not just us that has to put our lives on the line to go to spaces where we feel like we might get hurt when we speak out. It is important for you as well, as someone who is privileged, to take the time and effort to go to spaces that will educate you, to take the time to do a Google search and take time to actually research different identities, research what the experiences are like of different identities, and you can put yourself in someone else's shoes. It is not a case of not being able to put yourself in someone else's shoes, because doing that allows you to understand what someone goes through so that you can make change as well for them. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Devin Leeson. My pronouns are he, him, his. I was originally not going to come up and speak up here because I feel like this isn't really my time to speak. Like, I'm just a white person who, like, the stuff that's happening on campus doesn't affect me. Like, I'm not threatened by this. But when I hear, like, arguments from other white people who, like, they know they're not threatened by this, and they make the argument that, well, it's the First Amendment, so it's okay. Like, it pisses me off because it's our job as, like, other white people to call it out. Why is it that when I'm in a class and somebody says, oh, it's fine that Carson King compared black women to gorillas because it was 8 years ago, it pisses me off because it's been socialized and accepted by all the other white people in this room. And it pisses me off that people make the argument that it's okay because of the First Amendment. It discounts everybody who's here's experiences, and it makes it so they don't want to speak out. And it rationalizes it, it socializes it, it makes it okay all of a sudden for you to be racist, and complicitly so, and it's fucked up. And I'm sick and tired of it, hearing it all the time from other white people. We need to call it out. We need to stop socializing racism. That's the problem. That's why it exists today. And I'm so fucking sick of it. The kid who talked about the First Amendment earlier, he went to my high school, right? And I wanted to call him out, but he's left now. He's probably embarrassed because he should be. He should be ashamed. Is he in line? No, he's not. Okay. Regardless, he should be ashamed of that because he's allowing for racism. He might say he's not a racist, but he allows for it. He is the reason it exists because he discounts all of your experiences, and I'm sorry for that. Thank you.
Happy Wash Day again, folks. A few things. Action was mentioned earlier. How are we going to take action? And I want to draw your attention to where those two lovely folk have now left the room. The woman in the crowd there said, why are we still giving attention to them? Stop asking questions. And she was 100% right. Deplatforming is the way that you stop this sort of stuff from spreading. As you saw, taking away the platform, saying go to a one-on-one situation, removed them from the room because they don't want a one-on-one situation. They don't want the opportunity to learn. What they're looking for is a venue and an opportunity to spread their ideas. There are neutral people still, and even saying these ideas from this stance helps to radicalize those people. You cannot allow white supremacy, any kind of platform, in any context. Inviting Milo Yiannopoulos to campus happened 3 years ago. The neo-Nazi happened a couple years ago. I think it was 2 or last year. I can't remember. There's been so many Nazis on campus. Deplatforming is the first step that can be taken in a tangible way to prevent this sort of thing from spreading. If there are white supremacist ideas being spread, if there are transphobic ideas being spread, if there are homophobic ideas being spread, you remove the platform that's spreading them and they no longer get spread. Everyone always talks about accepting everybody and being equal, like we welcome everybody here. If you welcome Nazis and people of color, only Nazis are gonna show up. If you welcome homophobes and LGBT people, only homophobes are gonna show up. Saying we welcome all isn't going to do anything to protect the people that you're trying to welcome.
Well, partially playing into what you said, you know I'm white, I know I'm a male, I know I do have some amounts of privilege. Now, my, I guess, solution for dealing with the regards in which I know I'm not privileged, my solution would be to defend myself if it is unfortunately necessary, as defined under Iowa Legal Code, Chapter 704. But I guess what I want to ask you guys is, what can I do? You just want me to sit, what, shut up? That's it? Okay. All right, here. Okay. You sure about that? I mean, you said, well, what else do you want me to do? Well, I'm a little nervous, honestly. I get nervous talking in front of groups of people. Mm-hmm. Hey, I feel too. Well, I have been listening online for the past, what, 2 hours now, has it been? Just so you know, I'll go sit down. Thank you.
I would just like to point out, Daniel, that tonight is not your night. It's just not. It's not my night, honestly. I don't deserve to be up here as a white person who doesn't live with the threat of any sort of physical violence for who I am. It's really not my night. And yet, like you guys just said, it's not your job to educate everyone. That is not your role. Your role is to go to school here. You are students. You pay a lot of money to be here. We are supposed to be here for you. So yeah, it's not on you to educate us, it's on us. Those with privilege, those that are white passing regardless, those that have privilege of any kind, to do something about it. Tonight is not the night to slip in other arguments about anything else. This is for you. This whole room is for you. And I am just so honored that you guys are willing to come up and talk about your stories. I have been taking notes and writing down names, and I really hope to talk with some of you if you stay the whole time, because I will never live your lives. But it is on me to try my damnedest to do something about the systemic inequities and inequalities that you guys experience on a daily life, regardless if my college is not on main campus. Thank you.
Hi. I want to address some things that Daniel said. First of all, arming students on campus is not an inoculation. Students, so sorry. We are all so stupid. I have lost 3 water bottles on this campus. I have a roommate who cannot remember if it's Gila Monster or Gila Monster. Sorry, I'm yelling. My dad is law enforcement. I went to Hunter's Ed. I know how to handle a gun. If I wanted a permit, I could get one. I don't want one because I am forgetful. And there's no reason a student should be armed on campus. I study with one earbud out when I'm in a room alone because I don't know what that loud pop noise was. And anytime I'm on campus and I hear a loud noise, I jump because I don't know what it was. And if there's an armed shooter on campus, you need to be paying attention to that. I have design professors who tell me not to open the door for anyone if I'm in there alone because I don't know who it is, and if they don't have the correct code to get in the door, I shouldn't be letting them in. I have professors who have on their syllabus not to bring your phone to class, but then they amend that they are totally fine with this because they want students to be able to have their phone in the event of an emergency. And no, I'm not answering your question, Daniel.
Hi guys, it's Lupe again. Okay, so I just want to remind you guys that we're here to talk about our experiences, about racism, about things that we are going through every day. So can we please go back to talk about our experiences and everything that we're going through? Thank you.
Hello. Yes, move on to the stories, but then also recognize that there's been a lot of harmful things that have been said. And so how that affects the audience, just a reminder, as we go through this shit, it's trauma, a lot of trauma stuff, but we gotta heal through it. Find your voice. Don't let people silence you, and speak up. And there's people in this room right now, or that aren't in this room right now, and I want to address the idea of refugee students and international students. There's a growing population of them here at Iowa State University, and they pay a fuck ton of money for this university and this institution. And we need to recognize that they exist too, and when we think of the rhetoric, if we choose to ignore this problem, if we choose to ignore, to silence and not have the specific things being said, what does that tell to the international student community? What does that tell to refugee students that are thinking of coming here to the university? I have a lot of friends that are international students, and they speak to their friends back home in their other areas, back in Southeastern Asia, and they think about, are they going to be accepted in this community? And they start to recognize the different barriers that exist. And that's just my thing to recognize of, there's a lot of folks that aren't being here because a lot of us are, my assumption coming here, living out here in the United States. But when you think about this university being personally a finance guy, money talks. And a lot of international students pay a lot of money out here, and they deserve to have a safe space. They deserve to be recognized in this community as well. And that's my experience, I guess.
Hey everybody, I'm Johnny. I'm a grad student in education. I know we're paying attention, like, I'm just in the back listening and just like, this is, how oppression works, right? You can hold a marginalized identity and be on an opposing side of the voices that are telling their stories in the room. I'm really confused by that. I'm Black, if y'all didn't know. So I'm from Chicago, and I had a brother who was murdered who never had an opportunity to be in a space like this to learn, right? And so when I hear like folks tell their story and bare their souls in that way, and your rationale is maybe we should get some guns on campus. I'm just trying to make that make sense on my end. So I would just offer that, there's a lot of resources. I teach a dialogues on diversity course. You can come and learn about some of that. Like, I love having those tough conversations. I love grappling with this type of stuff. And you can invite some of your friends. They can come in there as well, right? There are actually courses here that you can register for every semester. Some of them are even half semester classes. And you can just have conversations about how to make sense of the stories that folks share so that you don't intentionally or unintentionally, I'm not gonna assume, take up other space. I would also offer one question. Where is the threat in offering equitable opportunities for everybody? Where is it? The defensiveness, it sounds like you feel like someone's trying to take your space, right? Your power. That is privilege, right? That's the privilege that we're talking about, right? When you're on the defense of someone sharing their story and you feel like your response needs to articulate something in combat of that, right? As if someone's taking something from you, rather than saying, no, this is all of ours. That's what we're saying, not just yours, even though it was created for you, right? Right? So I really want us to be reflective and really think about, like, what does that say? Not what's coming out of your mouth. What does the whole act of that communicate, right? Don't come up here and say, hey, I hold a marginalized identity. I just so happen to identify as LGBT. Just so happen? That's your identity. That's a part of who you are. That didn't just so happen. You're downplaying your own self. Why would you do that? Right? So let's have some conversations about that. Because yes, you are also here to learn as well. And if you go out into the world and you meet someone like you and you teach them that, what are you really saying at that point? Someone's life is at stake. I speak from that experience. My brother could not be here to be educated, right? Didn't see 25, didn't see 30. And we're taking this for granted. Yes, you're very well read, you know the laws, right? You come in here, you're very well articulated, great. We are all in school. All of us are here. That's great, right? Why is now the time to do that? Period. Period. Now is not the time to do that. We have folks asking and talking about, hey, freedom of speech. Freedom of speech to say what, though? What do you mean when you say that? Right? Are you saying freedom of speech so you can advocate for folks? And while advocating for yourself, can you do both? Is there a such thing as both? These are questions that we need to be thinking about. College is supposed to promote for critical thinking. You should be thinking critically, right? Some folks think critical means being mean, right? Y'all try to make it a good, bad rhetoric, and it's not about that. It's about legit learning. That's it, right? It's not about right or wrong, not about good or bad. It's about learning. Because someone else's life, right, is at stake from that, right? What has to happen? Does somebody else have to die for y'all to take this seriously? Does somebody have to die? Does it have to hit home? Does it have to be your son, your daughter? That's how serious this is. Some of you don't know what that lived experience is like, right? I'm not asking for guilt. I'm not asking for sorrow because I'm still here, right? But I'm asking, what else has to happen for you to give a damn about this? I don't want to force you to give a damn about it. I don't want to have to teach you how to care about this either. So yes, when folks want to call out privilege, they can do that. They have the right to do that. They see it. They lived it. They know what the opposite of it feels like. Don't come in here and try to silence someone just to make your point. That's not how this goes, right? And I don't have all the answers. I don't think I have the answer. And I study this. I'm here for social justice, especially for education. This is what I'm here for, right? But and I still don't have the answer. So unless you're grappling with this on a daily basis, right? And you're in the research, you're in the scholarship, and you are sharing your lived experience on times more than when it benefits you, then we can have some better and more, I think, fruitful conversations, right? Don't just pull this out. We don't have that choice. And it's unfair, right, to go through oppression Olympics, which is what the term for someone said we don't want to measure who's being treated worse. That's called oppression Olympics, right? Everyone has been marginalized in some way in this room, and that's why we're here, right? Don't try to come in here and combat that with someone else's experience. You are silencing folks, intentionally or not. That's what's happening, and it shouldn't be. This is open forum. You can say whatever you want, right? But I will offer that you think about that. Thank y'all.
Hello everyone, my name is Madesh Samanu, pronouns are he, him, his. I'm an RHS senator, first gen, only child, came all the way from India. So now my question is, right now I'm scared at this moment. I'm scared to saw these events. I'm seeing all the things happening here. It's so scared to me. I would like to talk about the campus safety now. So how many of you know that the international students pay like twice of the amount when compared to the residents here? We pay twice. And we take loans, sell properties, we leave our parents, friends, everyone that we know of. We came all the way from the world to be here. We represent Iowa State. All the 150 students, people from 150 countries represent Iowa State. Oh, wait a sec. And two of the events that, when I came as a freshman, two of the events that caught my eyes. The first, the BB guns on campus. That happened in the Frederickson Court, if I'm not wrong. And the second one, we lost the CPA. I don't know her full name. I apologize for that. We lost her. She came all the way from Spain to play golf, to live her dreams, to make her dreams come true. And we lost her. What we done? Nothing. And all of these events has questioned me, like, am I safe in this campus? You see, I never came to this campus, like, even before my admissions. Like, I got accepted and I just came for my orientation. That's about it. I don't know anything about this campus. I just see everything on the websites and the YouTube. Okay, it's a beautiful campus. Okay, the Campanile, whatever. If this campus is not safe, I'm not going to be here. None of my international students going to be here. Think about it. And we need to do something right now. Like, I would like to ask the university administration to take part of this. Like, we need to bring some change. If we can't bring anything, if we don't take any action right now, we can't control these consequences. And the guy who is advocating for guns, like, you know, like, my parents watch US News every day. When they call me every week, they ask me whether I'm safe. I'll just say I'm safe, but they watch closely. Like the world watches United States very closely. So keep it in mind. And I want the university administration to make campus a good place for study. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mariana Gonzalez, and I didn't really think I was going to be speaking here tonight, but I just kind of read the room, and I thought I should have. So there's kind of like two parts to what I'm about to say. The first one's going to be an experience. So my older brother is Brian Gonzalez, and he was actually the RA on duty when the Joffrey incident happened. And it was like a Wednesday night when he texted me, and he was like, Mariana, like, we're gonna go to Lead tomorrow morning so we can go work out, because you don't want to gain that freshman 15. And so I was so excited. And then I got a text like at 3 in the morning, and he said, you will not believe what just happened to me. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna be able to go work out tomorrow morning because there's just some racist incidents that just happened. And he called me the next morning to explain it all. And it was the first time that I had cried at Iowa State because of a racist incident that had happened. I was born and raised in Eagle Grove, Iowa. I don't know if you guys know where that's at, but that is also predominantly white. And I felt like if my brother could thrive in an institution like Iowa State, then darn it, I could too. But I could see that this incident did hurt him and did set him back. I know he's still dealing with it, and as a freshman, I've heard of the seniors and of other juniors that this has happened to. I'm so sorry. And I don't want that for my next 4 years. So here's my second part. To the people in like Trio, MVP, MSA that are here today, like, you guys are why I feel a home. And you guys make minorities feel at home. So you guys are the leaders that I see on campus and that I aspire to be like. And that's why I'm on student government, because I want girls like me to see that they can have positions of leadership like when they come to college. And President Winterstein, I have never talked to you, and this is so out of my comfort zone, but I want these next 4 years to be truly life-changing for students of minority and people of color at Iowa State, because what we see on the media and when we hear each other speak like this, it only makes us feel like we only have each other, but Iowa State should be home, and I want it to be home, and the change will come from us. And thank you all for listening.
Hey guys. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone who's spoken. It takes an enormous amount of courage, and it's necessary. I am somebody who I really try and put myself in other people's shoes, and as much as I try, I can't do it if I don't know what it's like. So when I hear your stories, when I hear what it is like to be a student of color here, I gain a better understanding of the problems that we have on campus that I just don't even know. You don't know what you don't know, and I'm just not always able to put myself in your shoes. So thank you for speaking. It genuinely makes a difference. Second of all, I'd like to address not those who spoke, but those who were afraid to speak. You are justified. You are valid if you don't feel comfortable sharing your story. It is a scary thing. And I would just like to also say that not only people in the crowd who didn't speak, but people who didn't feel comfortable coming to this meeting, that were unable to speak just because they felt fear for speaking in public, or they felt fear for addressing issues of race on campus. And I'm sure the amount of people who fall into that category far outweigh the number of people who are here tonight. So the individual stories that we've heard, please don't understand everybody, that is only a small amount of the total people here. And there's one last category, and that is people who did not attend Iowa State University because they were concerned about race on campus, and they were concerned that they would not fit in. So not people here, not people at Iowa State, but that people that we will not hear from, people who are not coming to us because they chose never to endure the stress of it. I'm only a sophomore here, so I remember my tour of campus. It started at the MU. It went by Jardine. We came around the Campanile. We went by the library. And I do not mean to insinuate that the administration's top priority is finance, but if it is, put yourself in the perspective of a student of color, or a prospective student of color, who's walking from the Memorial Union to Jardine and around the library, and they're seeing racist epithets, and I mean, I can't even imagine it, and I've never faced that kind of challenge. So what can we do as a student body? Student government represents you all. It represents everyone who spoke here tonight, and we sincerely want to make a change, because we will do as much as we can to make sure that the stories that we've heard tonight don't happen again. So I'd like to address the administration, and I'd like to say that to provide a safe space where people feel like they're able to share their stories, the stories need to be taken very, very seriously. And that does not only include the stories that we've heard tonight for incidents that, frankly, we can't necessarily go back and say, oh, well, it was this person and we can't. I understand that things in the past are in the past, but whenever a complaint is submitted to Iowa State Police, to a department, to the campus climate team, it needs to be taken with extreme gravity, because it's not necessarily an instance where you can't determine whether or not the intent was there. You need to understand that the harm was there, whether or not the intent was present. And it is not incumbent on people of color to rectify what they felt, because what they felt is valid, regardless of whether or not it was intended by the person who put it there. Lastly, I would like to address student government has written a resolution regarding the racist incidents in the Department of Residence and how those have been handled in the past and how they can change in the future. That will be read later tonight, and Senator Shields will be talking more on that as well.
Okay. Hi, I'm Ian Searles. I'm a senator for Freddie Court. This is my 5th year because I just don't want to leave. No, I just didn't know what I wanted to do. I'm also going into my 4th year as a community advisor. And so a lot of my focus has been within the Department of Residence. First of all, I'd like to say and clarify something that seems to be misunderstood is freedom of speech is not freedom of consequences. So we have to recognize that there's weight. Thank you. You obviously don't need to hear me talk about my experiences as a cisgender, heterosexual, white male who's fairly large. I don't feel in danger walking across campus. I hold pretty much every privilege that could exist. I can't talk about how the high school I went to had White Power Wednesdays and how that same rhetoric I see every day in this job and every day on this campus. I could talk about the Confederate flags that are flown to school. I could talk about the Confederate flags that fly on the desks of our representatives in our districts. I could keep talking about that, but we already know that, and I don't have to educate you. That's not my role. I know as a white man that tends to be what we try to do, whether justified or not. But about the resolution, we have written a resolution, and that will be presented later. What I do want to say is that you're not going unheard, and this isn't the first time we've heard you. As a community advisor, I've seen these incidents over and over again. I've covered up swastikas. I've seen residents fearful for their life because racially motivated death threats on their doors, and I've seen zero response from administration. the administration I am a part of. We recognize that, okay? It's far too late to act. We also recognize that. That's why we're doing this now. There are groups of senators focused on this moving forward that we will continue to do this. This is not the only conversation that's going to happen. And by God, I hope that we don't have another event that causes this. Senator Han Young mentioned seeing everyone here every Wednesday night would be an awesome thing to have those conversations. We are going to keep having those conversations as student government because we are students like you. I know that my experiences are not the same as yours and that I will not fight the same battles. So I'm going to take the battles that you fight and we're going to hopefully pass through legislation. We work with administration, make this place a better place for you. It's already good enough for me. It's time to work for you. So thank you.
Yeah, so we just want to go ahead and announce that on Monday. Do you have more of the details on it? Go for it.
So this conversation will also continue on Monday. We're having a conversation about students against racism. This will be with faculty and staff. We'll be invited. It'll be in the library from 4 to 6 this Monday, I believe in room 198. So we invite all of you to be there. We will also, again, we have invited, as you all saw today in our meeting with the phone call with with President Winterstein, that we, in 2 weeks, will have another meeting where all of those demands will be addressed with a plan of action. And I want to just inform Dr. Martino Harmon and President Winterstein that today, as we marched the streets, as we blocked Lincoln Way, and as we walked up to Beard Shear, we asked, who do you work for and who do you protect? We want to see that response in how you respond to these demands. I want to remind the students and everyone that's here that this is the people's power. We did this. Y'all did this. Y'all got President Winterstein to show up to a student government meeting and listen to all of your stories. It ain't somebody else reporting your stories to somebody else. It ain't going through incident reports. It was you sharing your story to her. You did that, and we can continue to do that as long as we recognize that we have that power, because we are who they work for and we are who they're going to protect as long as we continue to demand it. Thank you.
Yep, and with that, I know a lot of us have to head out, but I do want to say thank you so much for coming out today, for coming out at noon, and for really sharing your stories, but not only that, right? Please, I'm looking at the administration for this. I joined the organizing committee on the protest because I know that just saying that we need something to be done isn't enough. We've given something to you, and we've heard accounts of people saying that there has been inaction, and you've heard this before, and people have come out and said this before. We're not gonna let this die now. We're not. We're here. And I know that it feels like we are smaller than the people who do this to us, but we are so much bigger, and y'all proved that today. Do not forget that leaving this room. Thank you for being so strong and for showing up. This is how we win.
One last thing, I would genuinely like to say thank you for sharing your stories. I shared a solution I had in mind. Obviously, I don't have the majority opinion in the room. I'm happy to talk with anyone one-on-one about that. Yeah, honestly, I'll probably be looking back at the recording of this to, kind of review a little bit of what I heard. But honestly, thank you.
Are you going to move to recess? Yeah. Yes. Any further motions?
All right. Thank you all for coming. We're going to move into the next part of the meeting. So with that, I move to recess for 15 minutes to allow that to kind of happen so you don't have to feel bad about leaving. So move to recess.
Second.
If senators could take their seat, we'll reconvene the meeting. Moving on to adopting tonight's agenda, are there any changes or additions to tonight's agenda? Senator Zastro. Can you do the mic, please?
Motion to add the resolution centering the Department of Residence to the top of new business. I think it's 2019-2-46. 49.
Is it 2019-2-46F? No. 49 S I R. Thank you. And that's, what's the title of the bill?
Centering the Department of Residence, I believe, is the title.
Motion needs a second. There's been a motion to add 2019-2-49 SR, centering the Department of Residence. And there's been a second. Are there any objections to adding that bill to tonight's agenda? And you said top of new business, correct? Objections? Seeing none, the bill has been added. For the motion, Senator Zasser, you still have the floor.
I yield.
Senator Lifford.
I move to table 2019-2-038F, funding out-of-state blood drive indefinitely.
Second.
There's been a motion to table the 2019-2-38F, funding Iowa State blood drive indefinitely, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the bill has been tabled indefinitely. Senator Lifford, you still have the floor.
I move to table 2019-2-040F, funding because I said I would, for 1 week.
There's been a motion to table 2019-2-40F, funding because I said I would, to 1 week. And there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the bill has been tabled to 1 week. Senator Lifford.
I move to table 2019-2-039, the swim club contract indefinitely.
There's been a motion to table 2019-2-39F swim club depth contract to table indefinitely, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the bill has been tabled.
I yield.
There's been a motion to move to approve tonight's agenda, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the agenda has been adopted. Moving down to approval of last week's meeting minutes. Are there any changes to last week's minutes? There's been a motion to move to approve last week's meeting minutes, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the minutes stands approved. Moving down to committee reports, starting off with the rules with Madam Speaker.
It works. Okay. Hi. Rules Committee met at 8 a.m. on Friday. We talked a little bit more about court reform and looked at all the bills that we have coming up this week from Senator Ludwig. So you will see those this week.
Questions for Madam Speaker? Seeing none, we move down to Finance Committee with Finance Director Mueller.
We have about $10,000 left in Senate discretionary after last week, so use it wisely.
Questions for Finance Director Mueller? Seeing none, we move down to Student Initiatives Committee with Vice Chair Heasley.
Hi, so Caitlin wanted me to let everyone know that the main thing that we have going on next week is we'll be looking at the resolution that was just added to the agenda, and then we will also be having that meeting in the Gold Room to allow more room for like if anyone wants to come and discuss it anymore. Other than that, we did the first day of our pop-up event yesterday, and that was relatively successful, and we'll be doing it again tomorrow at the same times, I believe, and so we hope for some more success there. And then I believe next week we'll also see a bill for a project that we have coming up for its like winter awareness baggies, to where we're going to be hopefully be handing these bags out that will kind of give a perspective of how to handle yourself in the winter, and like it's aimed to help students that aren't used to having snow. So that's basically all we've got going on right now. If there are any questions.
Questions for Vice Chair Heasley? Seeing none, we move down to PR committee with Senator Han Young.
Hey all, Johnny and Senior Director of Communications Murphy and Director of Outreach Carrie Swartz were not able to be here tonight, but during our meeting we covered a few things. The flyers that we are making in PR are going to cover a little bit about what we're doing in student government, so we can hand it out at tabling events so that people are more aware of it. Like Vice Chair Heasey said, thank you for coming out to the tabling event on Tuesday. We'll be doing it again 12 to 2 tomorrow. A few other things, we will be looking to order merch from 4Imprint within the next couple weeks. So if you have any creative ideas about merch or apparel that you would like, feel free to shoot one of them an email, considering ideas for that sort of thing. And then finally, we came up with an idea for an event where students could provide Post-it notes, similar to the whiteboarding event that we just did, but on a little bit more of a regular basis. And then also the idea to provide small, like 20-second interviews to help highlight Senate meetings, as the current streams, get very long. So for a senator, potentially after a meeting, to say, hey, I'm the senator of blank constituency, here's what we covered today, and just to go over big points so that students who maybe weren't able to attend the meetings would then be able to see what went on there. So that's all we have.
Questions for Senator Han Young? Seeing none, we move down to Diversity and Inclusion Committee with Director Hoffman.
Hello, everybody. I just want to first, I know we don't have a lot of individuals that were here earlier, but I do want to just put on the record, I'm really, really happy with the conversation that we had earlier. I think it was really productive, and I want to just say thank you to all the senators who sat down and who really were taking notes and really listening. We are here to advocate on behalf of students in whatever form that they are asking of us, and so I just think it was a really great way for us to listen to them and for us to listen to their really valid concerns. And so I just want to say thank you again to all the speakers who came and to everybody here on student government who listened, and I really hope that we can take this opportunity to take not what was just said to us in this moment, but to take it further and to put real action out. So I just kind of wanted to put that out there. With that being said, my committee did have a lot to talk about this week. We specifically, some of the big things that we talked about was we had Senator Rowling come by to talk about the possibility of doing a lecture series within topics of diversity and inclusion and kind of partnering that with our Heroes Week. We're still in the beginning of stages of that, so I'll let you kind of know the more as we move forward. Definitely wanting to get the word out on that. The flag project that we have been working on, which is bringing flags on campus to represent the different countries that students are representing students from those countries, has been put on the back burner for right now, just as we try to figure out funding. There was money set aside by some other organizations besides student government, and we're now just trying to find where that money went and where can we access it. So that's been put on the back burner a bit. As many of you may have read my email, which I really, really hope that you did, that I sent out to both Senate and Cabinet. I sit on the Vice President of Diversity and Inclusions Committee for the university, and in that we had a really, really great discussion about different things that were happening on campus. And so I tried to put as much of what we had talked about onto that email, but if there's anything that you are confused about or that you want me to explain further in detail, please, 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 please contact me through email, or you can come and talk to me if I'm at the offices. But it was just at least a comprehensive list of things that we covered from the administrative point of view. And again, I did try to advocate for students, but everything that I put into that email was kind of more from the viewpoint of the administration on the different issues. So again, if you have any questions or comments on that, please let me know. We are moving forward with our hygiene project, which again is getting hygiene projects into more restrooms on campus, specifically ones that are not designated for gender and that are open for all. We have partnered again with Raya, but then also with the Student Health and Wellness, and they are setting up a committee, essentially a task force, to go over all of this. And so we have put they are asking for members of my committee to go on there, so we're currently just trying to get that process forward and seeing what we can do and then what words or how we can work together on that. And then lastly, I've been in conversation with our lovely election commissioner, Emily Rusevich, and talking about programs designated to gain more individuals' interest into student government and kind of doing ones for different identities. So doing a workshop for for international students, for women, for LGBTQI plus students. And so just brought that up with my committee and talked about that. That's something that I'm not going to try to take away Emily's thunder. So if you have questions, you can definitely ask her. But yeah, again, if you ever have any questions or you just want to sit down and talk about things that have been happening on campus that you think I should know or that my committee should know, or you kind of just want to process what's happening, please reach out to me through email. I'd love to set up a meeting time or anything. But otherwise, that's all my updates.
Questions for Director Hoffman? Seeing none, we move down to Civic Engagement Committee with Senator Tonet.
Hello, everyone. So Civic Engagement had kind of a short meeting today because the candidate forum was at 5:30 for the Ward 4 people, so we kind of all just went over to that for like half of our committee time. But the things we did go over, so one of our at-larges, Abby, is kind of like spearheading this initiative to get voter registration forms at all the hall desks around campus and the residence halls. So that's been sounding like it's going pretty well. She's emailed a whole bunch of hall directors. They're actually responding to her. So she's moving forward with that, and that's kind of awesome. And we did some tabling for the candidate forum that happened today, and it went really well. People seem really interested, and there were a lot of people at the forum today. So things are going well.
Questions for Senator Tonet? Senator Zastrow. Mike.
Is there a recording of the candidate forum by any chance?
I'd like to direct that question towards Josh.
I cannot 100% say this, but I know that it was through the lectures department, and the lectures department oftentimes records these through the Panopto system. So if you would like to talk to Senator Ludwig, maybe, and he can direct you to Amanda Knief, who runs the lectures department, might be able to help you out with that.
Thank you. I yield.
Further questions for Senator Tonet? Seeing none, we move down to comments from the executive branch with President Graber.
Hello, everyone. First off, great conversation today. I appreciate all the senators who stood up and spoke, and everyone who's watching the live stream. Thank you for coming as well. It was all perfectly worded in everything that was said. So, on a different note, homecoming was last week, and student government won all campus homecoming. So shout out to you all. A special shout out to Jenna, our graphic designer, for designing the Painting Victory Lane art, because we actually won first place in that. And then shout out to Carrie Swartz, who's our director of outreach, and Johnny Murphy, our director of communications, for just organizing all the events. We took home 2 trophies, and I unfortunately had to present them. So I said, and the winner is student government, and people booed. It was okay though, it was good. I said we worked hard, so it's fine. Yesterday, we had a meeting with Elena, and I met with Deanna from the Vice President of Diversity and Inclusion's office, just kind of to talk about what was all going on. The first thing that we talked about, as mentioned in the last meeting, was that civility campaign. I know the name isn't correct, so I'm going to say it. It's a civil discourse campaign for right now until we have a better word. And she kind of just told us about what this is going to entail. And so it's going to be workshops throughout November to November. And it's kind of be like Green Dot in essence, because you'll come and get this knowledge of how to deal with like microaggressions, how to deal with handling different conversations, and then you'll then be the advocate that can go out in the community and really make a difference. And I think this is really crucial to addressing the point that minority students have to stand up for themselves, because it's not okay. And so if me as a white student can go and learn how to stand up for other people, we can continue to drive this home. So I think that'll be really powerful. Again, it's still in the works, but they want to start it on November 13th because that is World Kindness Day. And then they kind of want to align each workshop with a day that might be relevant. So if there's an election coming up, they can align that to that day and kind of like that. So if you have any more questions, direct them to either me or Director of Diversity and Inclusion, Elena. We also had a meeting with Provost Wickert yesterday, Vice President Bhatia and I, and we kind of recircled back on our U.S. diversity courses that we met with the Academic Affairs Council about, and they sent us the objectives of the U.S. diversity courses, and they're basically asking us to make sure that those objectives are being met with the classes we currently have. So we will be sharing those with the Diversity and Inclusion Committee and you all, so you can provide feedback on that. Again, they're open to everything, name change, basically anything you want to provide, they're open to that. We will be going back to their meeting soon. That's the Academic Affairs Council, which is within Faculty Senate. We will be going to that. And then tomorrow, Vice President Bhatia and I have a meeting with President Winterstein. I'm assuming most of the conversation will be around what happened tonight and how we go about moving forward. So if you have any suggestions for what we should bring up to that meeting, feel free to let us know. And then lastly, FP&M. So they're doing a strategic facilities plan for the next 3 to 5 years. We met with Pete back there, and is it Jamie? Is it Jamie? What's her name? Jenny Pollard. Yeah, they're Jamie Pollard's. Yeah, my bad. So we met with her and then Jenny, and we talked about how there's Ayers St. Gross, is that the right name? Is partnering with FP&M to develop a strategic plan for Iowa State on all facilities. And so they will be coming in to do town halls November 4th through November 8th all around campus, in the MU, the library, UDCC, and then was there a fourth one? I think
just the main places.
They're doing main places on campus, yeah.
A lot of traffic comes.
How it pertains to student government is they will be coming next Wednesday to Senate at 7 o'clock. We will be recessing so we can they have, I think is it boards that you said they have up that we can fill and just talk about anything related to campus facilities and what we feel like needs to be improved. So please let your constituents know that this is happening so they can attend one of those town halls, or if they want to come to a student government, feel free to do that. That's all I got.
Questions? Senator Zastro.
I really appreciate what you're doing with the civility campaign. My concern would be that if you're asking people to go to a specific training to get engaged with that, you will be getting the people who don't need the training.
Absolutely.
So do you have an idea for how you'd be
That's what we were addressing. And so she's trying to hit places that need it, so possibly going to different clubs and organizations or asking their club leader to say, hey, we should do this, so that they can have some differences within that org. And that was the biggest red flag that we also brought up, because the students who don't need it yeah. So that's why I liked the aspect of the green dot thing, in that they can become advocates and say, hey, if I see a microaggression, knock that off, and they can then become, does that make sense?
Yeah, awesome.
Okay, so yeah, it's still in the work, but thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you.
It's similar to the bystander trainings, but focusing on different identities on campus.
Also through that conversation, we came up with, so the Office of Diversity and Inclusion puts on campus conversations. Araceli mentioned it tonight, because in that conversation, Deanna asked, would you feel like this needs to have a campus conversation? And Elena and I, without a doubt, said yes. And so we determined the time 4 to 6 because it's after classes and then before you go to eat as the best time. And we were not informed on when that would be, but Araceli said Monday from 4 to 6, I believe, in the library. I will circle back with her on that so that all students are informed. So what that's going to be like is that they started off by kind of saying the introduction of, hey, this is what's happening on campus, and then they go into small group discussions with some questions, and then they end it with open mic, kind of what we had like tonight, to just let students voice their concerns. So, any questions? Awesome, thank you.
Moving on to external matters. Within external matters, General Orders 2019-2-41F, funding dance marathon with Vice Chair Lifford.
We have Ryan here to speak a little bit about Dance Marathon's funding request, so I'll lead it off to him.
Is that on? Hello. Hi, everyone. My name's Ryan Ford, and I am one of the executive co-directors for Dance Marathon at Iowa State. So basically in this bill, what we're asking for is an extra $3,000 to fund dueling pianos. So for those of you who don't know what Dance Marathon is, we fundraise for the local children's hospital, the local Children's Miracle Network Hospital, which is in Iowa City. It's the Stead Family Children's Hospital. We're funding a specific program there that's helping premature babies, and it's doing research on their hearts. It's the only program in the nation, so we're really proud to be funding that. But kind of what we do is we hold a variety of events all throughout the year leading to our big event, which is kind of our landmark event, and it's what draws the most people into Dance Marathon. And one thing that we've identified this year is that we need to change up our big event because a lot of it is very repetitive and we're doing the same thing every year. So that's why we're asking for this extra funding so we can bring in another major big stage act that kind of draws people in and is a difference. And the thing that we received the most feedback on was dueling pianos, which I've been told by members of student government. It's very fun. So we're really hoping that we can do this. Does anybody have any questions? Senator Klein.
Just a brief rundown on what dueling pianos is, I guess.
Yeah. So my understanding of dueling pianos is it's like karaoke, but there's two pianists on stage performing back to back, and it's somewhat of a comedy show. I haven't seen it ever, but my understanding is it's just a big back and forth between two piano players.
To you. Further questions? Senator Heasley.
So is this paying for the pianos or the pianists or both?
Both.
Okay. I yield.
Senator Han Young.
Question for Finance Director Mueller. The special projects account is paying for the 38,000. Can you explain that a little bit?
The 3,800.
3,008. Sorry, numbers are hard.
Yes, we have special projects has about $600,000 in it right now, and it would be, we feel that this is not out of Senate discretionary because this is additional to what they would normally fund. It, in my eyes, is a special project.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. I'll yield then.
Senator Simanu.
I have a quick question to you. So what happens if the Senate discretionary becomes zero, like the amount?
If we run out of money, we run out of money, and we can't fund anything else in that account. I mean, that's, if you wanted to, there is the ability to put another 20,000 into the Senate discretionary account. We cap it at 60,000 a year. We put 40,000 in it at the beginning of the year. So yes, we can put another 20,000 in, but after that, the account is at zero. So after that, we could fund things that are special projects or events, but normal club funding that come through Senate discretionary would just not get any funding, unfortunately.
Or will it reset again in the next academic year then? What? Like the amount will get reset in the next.
Yes, then it'll get more money. Then we can add 40,000 again the year after that. This is the reason that Senate discretionary account, people are supposed to come through annual allocations. That's where clubs should get most of their funding. Dance Marathon came through annuals. This is just something else that came up along over and above what their annuals asked for. But yes, most clubs should come from the annual allocations process. The 60,000 or the 40,000 that's already in Senate discretionary is supposed to be for special circumstances that come out throughout the year.
Thank you. I yield.
Senator Heasley.
Dance Marathon does a lot of great work and they fund a lot of good. So I'm going to call a question.
There's been a call to question in the bill as a whole, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. Senator Advet. Alucard, Bender, Blair, Khan, Crabb, Culbertson, Dollinger, Fritz, Green, Gonzalez, Anyang, Heasley, Johnson, Class, Klein, Lifford, Ludwig, Mass, Meredith, Mitchell, Origer,
Rice. Renji. Samanu. Trader. Searles. Stanley. Samuel. Tonette. Zastro.
30 to 0 to 2. With a vote of 30 to 0 to 2, this funding request passes.
Thank you.
Moving on to internal matters. Within internal matters, general orders 2019-2-41E, approving the 2020 election apportionments with Senator Ludwig.
Howdy, everybody. Oh, dear. So yeah, these are just the election apportionments for the next, for the general election that's going to happen in the spring. These were calculated by the Election Commission, so based off the population in each of the colleges and residence areas, this is what we've got. So unless anybody has any crazy questions, that's kind of it. We just have to approve it so that we can allocate those seats when we open up the election. There's no oh, sorry.
Senator Yield. Senator Searles.
So Freddie Court still only has one on there, rather. Is that correct?
Is that a question to
Senator Ludwig, which he just answered?
Y-
May
yes.
you reply to that more?
Election Commissioner
You would have
Rizvik.
to add.
Oh, sorry, Election Commissioner.
Hi, okay. So I did send out an email about the apportionment method. So we use the Webster's apportioning method, which is kind of used in the House of Representatives. Thank you. And so like Hans can talk about like the methodology, but according to last year's results and this year's results, Freddie should have actually gotten just one seat last year too. Once it's confirmed, it's final. So that doesn't change anything about like the apportionment for this semester, but we have to like take a look at like how the methodology is used in further elections. Hans, do you want to talk about the?
So it's pretty simple. Essentially, I'll just use an example right off the bat. If we're talking about the College of Business, for example, if they have 4,000 students, what we do is we take that and divide it by the total number of students, and then we get that number. We multiply it by 17, which is essentially we have 17 apportioned to the colleges, and then we have 17 apportioned to the housing, right? So that equals 34, which is our number. And the reason why we have those extra two, as they talked about, is because if there's one, as it states in the Constitution, that is below 50%, which we do have two of those, then they are given a seat as well. Otherwise, they would not be represented. So yeah, Freddie Court was overrepresented last year because, to our knowledge, they did not use this method last year, which was against what it says in the Constitution. So.
I'll also add in the 2017 elections, the apportionment was actually 37 seats. Last year it was 34, which is the minimum you can have, but you're supposed to allocate additional seats when you fall below the quotient.
So just one more clarification. You said it's not going to change current seating this semester.
No.
Or next semester.
You all are fine.
I yield.
Senator Zastro.
Is it in the Constitution and the bylaws that constituency councils are recognized? Election Commissioner or Senator Ludwig? Senator Ludwig.
They are recognized in both. Most of them are outlined in the Constitution, but I believe we designate the specific councils. So like they recognize the areas that we're supposed to represent, but the specific councils are recognized by the bylaws. That way we know where to like accept senators from and refer them to.
Okay, cool. Part two is the Inter-Residence Hall Association does not allow CAs to be represented in the parliament. Does that mean that CAs are only represented once in Senate when everybody else is represented twice through their college and through the residency area? And is that something we should be concerned about? Senator Ludwig.
Is that for me? I will admit I am not educated enough on that particular apportionment rule. I don't know if they are allowed to vote for IRHA senators. If they are, I would say no, but I don't know exactly how that rule breaks down.
Senator Mass.
I would say they're still represented within IRHA, because technically the Constitution would say they live within a residence hall area. So they may not be represented within the IRHA Parliament. That has to do with IRHA's rules. But as far as we're concerned, they live within that residency area. So if they were to fill out a Stugov ballot, they would say, we live in a residence hall, so we vote for residence hall senators.
Okay, I'll yield.
Further questions?
Call the question.
There's been a call to question on the bill as a whole, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Y'all, you're deciding 2020 election. You want to take a breath. Are you sure you don't have any questions? Seeing none, we move into voting. Advet. Olacard. Bender. Blair. Khan. Crabb. Culbertson. Dowlinger. Fritz. Green. Gonzalez. Anyang. Heasley. Johnson. Class. Klein. Klein. Lifford. Ludwig. Mass. Meredith. Mitchell. Orger. Rice. Rinchi. Simanu. Schrader. Searles. Stanley. Samuel. Tonet. Zastro. With a vote of 29 to 1 to 2, this bill passes. Moving on to 2019-2-42Y, the CAAH Act, Constitutional Amendments Are Hard Act, with Senator Ludwig. Good play on words, by the way.
Hello again. This will not be the last time we meet. So this bill just fixes some of the weird things we found in the bylaws that I've talked to you guys a couple times in the past couple weeks about. This specifically deals with the secretary position that used to be outlined in the bylaws. The sections that it's referencing that are struck are the sections containing the rules outlining the position of secretary, and then the sections being added are applying those responsibilities and rights to the chief of staff, but allowing them to delegate them to other people within the cabinet. The reason we're doing this is because the position of secretary is a constitutionally mandated one, and so just ignoring it really isn't something we should be doing. So just for the sake of following our constitution, we've just kind of done this little clerical fix. So there aren't any questions. I just call the question on the bill.
Second.
There's been a call to question on the bill, and there's been a second on any objections. Seeing none, we move into a roll call vote. Senator Advet. Olacart. Bender. Blair. Hahn. Crabb. Culbertson. Dowlinger. Fritz. Green. Gonzalez. Anyang. Heasley. Johnson. Class. Klein. Klein. Zastro. Tonet. Samuel. Stanley. Searles. Schrader. Simanu. Rinchi. Rice. Origer. Mitchell. Meredith. Mass. Ludwig. Lifford. With a vote of 30 to 0 to 2, this bill passes. Moving on to 2019-2-43 SO, ordering a State of the Student Body address with Senator Ludwig.
Hello again. Yeah, this one's pretty simple, a little less mundane than the last couple. Our Constitution mandates that our glorious President Graber address us once a session, and this Senate order merely mandates that the, oh, actually, I think there are rules committee amendments to accept. I'm going to move. Let me just.
Do you move to?
I move to change the third to last order clause to read the 20th of November, as on the 27th, none of us will be here. So, I mean, I guess if Austin would like to give an address to an empty room, he can, but.
Second. There's been a motion to move to amend the bill in the last to third order clause
Yes, third to last.
and change the date.
Yes.
And there's been a second move into discussion, Senator Ludwig. Senator Toinette. I'm sorry,
Okay.
it's still Senator Ludwig.
Oh, I yield.
Senator Toinette.
I wasn't going to ask it at this point, but it's kind of a similar question. So did you have anything planned for the 20th of November for a program? For Speaker Culbertson? Okay.
Yeah, we have career services coming on November 20th. So.
Okay, so is that going to affect things because this is supposed to be in the programs portion? So are we gonna have 2 programs on that day, or how that work?
No, we'll figure it out. I don't know.
Okay.
To yield. There's been a motion to call. There's been a call to question on the amendment, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a placard vote. And there's been a call for unanimous consent. Are there any objections in approving the Rules Committee amendments by the way of unanimous consent? Seeing none, the amendment stands approved. Senator Ludwig.
I will yield as there seems to be a question. So,
Vice Speaker Schrader.
I don't really see the point of this bill. Austin can give an address to Senate at any point in time. This seems to be useless and needlessly constrained to that specific time. If we get to the end of the semester and there still hasn't been a State of the Student Body address, we can just ask right then to do it. I don't like the idea of useless bills. With that, I move to postpone indefinitely.
There's been a motion to move to postpone this bill indefinitely, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the bill has been postponed indefinitely. And there's been a quorum call. Senator Advet, Olicard, Bender, Blair, Khan, Crabb, Culbertson, Dollinger, Fritz, Green, Gonzalez, Anyang, Heasley, Johnson, Fass, Klein, Lifford, Ludwig, Mass, Meredith, Mitchell, Origer, Rice, Renji, Rolling. Samanu, Schrader, Searles, Stanley, Samuel, Toinette, Zastro. We do have a full house. Moving on to 2019-2-44Y, very outstanding and terrific Election Reform Act, Voter Act by Senator Ludwig. Let's go play on the name.
We meet again. Yeah, so the bill after this will be calling for a special election. Regardless of opinions on that bill, this bill just outlines the power that is expressed in the Constitution and how we are able to exercise that power. I felt it was just necessary because if we are going to exercise the power, it would be nice to just know how to. And yeah, it just sets up some fairly simple rules on how to do it. And yeah, it's really all it is. I yield for any questions.
Senator Lifford.
So, in the fourth whereas clause, it says there is good reason to believe that we need to exercise this. What do you mean by that?
Yes, so as I assume most people at this point have heard us talking about special election that might be called. I talked about it last week during new business, and we will talk about it more in the bill after this. But there's been a discussion by a number of senators with the Election Commission, and we've thought it would be best to hold a special election for the court reform amendments, and so that is the question we are referencing.
Senator Ludwig, you still have, oh, Senator, all right, thank you. There's been a call to question on the bill as a whole, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. Advet. Yes. Olacard. Yes. Bender. Yes. Blair. Yes. Khan. Crab. Yes. Colbison. Yes. Dollinger. Fritz. Yes. Green. Gonzalez. Yes. Hanyang. Yes. Heasley. Yes. Johnson. Class. Yes. Klein. Yes. Klein. Yes. Lifford. Yes. Ludwig. Yes. Mass. Yes. Meredith. Yes. Mitchell. Yes. Orger. Yes. Rice. Yes. Rinchi. Yes. Rolling. Yes. Simanu. Yes. Schrader. Yes. Searles. Yes. Stanley. Yes. Samuel. Yes. Tonet. Yes. Zastro. Yes. Fritz. Yes. Green. Yes. With a vote of 33 to 0, this bill passes. Moving on to 2019-2-45 SO, calling for special election with our beautiful Senator Ludwig.
Don't cry. This will be the last time I speak tonight, save for closing announcements. But yeah, so this is pretty simple. At least the bill's outcome would be it simply calls for a special election, and I should accept the Rules Committee amendments, or move to accept Rules Committee amendments, which change the dates to the 3rd and 4th of December.
There's been a motion to move to adopt the stated amendments. Is there a second? There's been a second. We'll move into discussion. Senator Ludwig.
Call the question.
Do you withdraw?
Yeah.
Do you? It's still Senator Ludwig's time.
I'll with.
Do you
I'll
yield?
Yield.
Senator Zastro. Mike.
Thank you. Could we take it as a friendly amendment to the amendment to also change the ordered clause to that date?
What ordered clause? The last one or the second?
The last one. Should that be saying December?
Is that a question to?
So.
Hold on, Senator Ludwig. He didn't ask you a question.
Wait. No, sorry. I
yield?
Never mind.
Okay.
There's been a call to question. Senator Ludwig, it's not your time. Please refrain from speaking in the middle. There's been a call to question. There's been a second. Are there any objections? There's an objection. Do you withdraw? Senator Fritz. Mike.
So is this going to cost anything to do this?
There's an amendment, so you can't talk about the cost.
Oh, this is on the amendment?
We're talking about the amendment.
Sorry.
Do you yield?
I yield, yeah.
There's been a call to question on the amendment, and is there a second? There's been a second on the new objections. Seeing none, we'll move into a placard vote. There's been a call for unanimous consent. Are there any objections in approving the amendments by the way of unanimous consent? Seeing none, the amendment stands approved. Senator Ludwig.
Cool. So I just wanted to talk through some of the reasons why we came to the decision to call for a special election. I've talked with some of you over the past couple weeks about this. I don't think I've gotten to everybody, but basically it centers the special election is being set aside for the court reform amendments, specifically for, there's a number of reasons. The first being that the election season in the spring tends to be very busy. Just Stugov is often very disoriented, a little distracted. There's going to be a large number of other questions that we're posing to students about the Constitution, and complicated questions in the past have typically failed because there has been an inability to educate students on the question, and questions amending the Constitution have to pass with a majority of students voting in the election. That does not mean on the question. So if someone skips the question, that is a no. So that sets a higher threshold for these questions, and so the only way that we can really hope to make sure that these things pass is either by people all blindly just clicking yes and moving through, or educating them basically on what we're trying to do. Typically, the more complicated questions are ones that we haven't been able to explain to students have failed, such as an amendment a couple years ago where a bill to remove the treasurer position from the Constitution because its role as defined in the Constitution wasn't really necessary anymore. That bill failed because students just didn't understand that specific issue. And so they just thought, that this was just a bad move. So basically when they tend to be complicated, we tend to struggle a lot to explain it to students. And so I think having this specific set aside time would allow us to educate on the issue and why specifically we want to make this change. And also just going back to the general election being in the spring, some of us will be running for re-election. There will be a number of executive slate campaigns. February is also just a busy time, and we're all students. And so there's kind of a greater strain and an inability for us to organize, go out table, talk to people about this specific issue, and educate people before we actually vote. And so I think holding it in the fall would just simply make it easier for us to do that so that we can actually make this change and move on. And this is all because I firmly believe that the court needs to be reformed. I think everyone here recognizes that fact, that we have a broken court, and that the changes that we talked about and that we will see in a bill, I believe next week or the week after, those changes are necessary and they will make the court better. And I think maybe the only way we'll see those changes is if we host a special election this fall. So yeah, just all in all, the fall is the best option for the election. It's the best way we can educate voters on this issue and make sure that we actually get some change done so that the court can service us as being an impartial third body. So yeah, I yield.
Senator Mass.
I guess I want to just say really quickly I'm in favor of this bill. I understand that there will be costs associated with that, and those costs will be specifically hashed out in a funding bill that will likely come later. But I do also believe that we're going through this process of court reform to have a functional court. A large part of what that court is going to be doing is being an oversight above the Election Commission. It reorganizes the Election Commission within the judicial branch of government. A lot of what the judicial branch's job then is going to be overseeing election disputes, and especially as many of us in this room will be running for re-election this year, as some of us, or not some of us, some people in this room will be running for executive campaigns for president and vice president next year. I think it's very important that we settle what exactly the role is of our judicial branch in elections and have them prepared and ready to go for when those elections get into place, when we're all too distracted by our own campaigns to be worried about what the role of the court should be in all of this. So I think it's important that we pass this, that we get judicial reform through and done and ready to go by the beginning of next semester. That way that clears an easy path for us to confirm justices who can prepare and have an idea of what they're doing before election season rolls around. So with that, I'm in favor of the motion and I will yield.
Thank you, Senator Matt. Thank you, Senator Matt. Senator Toinette.
So I also agree with Senator Mass, I guess. I think it makes sense in that context that people will be running for like positions next semester. But I have a couple questions for Senator Ludwig as well about this. So your main argument is that difficult to understand constitutional amendments have a hard time passing. And so that's why we're having this special election. But the bill currently will have the special election in a month. Is that really enough time to give students this detailed information about what we're proposing?
I mean, we run most of our campaign cycles in a month, and if not just a little bit more than a month. So I think if we actually dedicate ourselves towards this, I mean, it takes talking about the issue, talking about why we think it's important, spreading that news that the election is going to happen, or that the referendum is going to happen. And I think if we, we don't have to all dedicate our whole lives to this, but I think if we talk about it and we make it something that we think is important, I don't think it's that hard to focus at least a decent amount of attention from the student body on this one issue.
Okay. So you think like tabling events, like social media posts, things like that would?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think all of those would be in order.
Okay. Yeah. So I think if we work with like the PR committee or something like that on this, then I'd be okay with it. That was just kind of my initial concerns. Like that's coming up really quick, and I mean some of the senators here probably don't even fully understand your ideas moving forward with the judicial branch. So. Yep. That's all I had. I yield.
Vice Speaker Strader.
Yeah, so I would like to offer a contrasting viewpoint. As the person who spearheaded this campaign to get court reform done, I would like it as soon as possible. I'd like it tomorrow, and I would have liked it yesterday. But would I pay an extra $2,900, which is what this would cost, of student fees to get it here quicker? I don't think so. Student government is important, but is it that important that it's worth spending fees on to try and get it to an election that might be easier to win? That seems like avoiding the issue to me. I think we ought to trust students. I would hope that as we get everyone campaigning, that no one campaigns against this. If you are campaigning against it, I hope you're running against me so I can tell everybody that. I would just say that I really hope that everyone understands that this is a good idea, and that includes the student body. And I think we ought to trust him with that. So it's technically feasible. We know what constitutional changes we want out of Rules Committee. I'll write the bill next week. We'll get it on first read. We've cleared it with Election Commission, so this is doable, and it's technically possible, but it would cost extra money, an extra student fee money on ourselves. And that's something that I'm really uncomfortable doing, is spending money on ourselves that we don't need to be spending. If we put it on the spring election, I think that student government will have more publicity in general, and that this issue of court reform hopefully is something that as we go into the most divisive season of student government, that we can all get behind, and it might serve a purpose there. I'll yield.
Senator Hanyang.
Question for Senator Ludwig. Voter turnout is hard enough already. How do we make sure that the turnout of this election is similar to that of a general election, given that this is in dead week and finals week?
Senator Ludwig.
So to clear one thing up, this is not during dead week, it's the week before. So it's not going to be in the middle of that, it'll be the week before. And in terms of working to make sure that people show up for the election, it's just going to take, as we were talking about earlier, working with PR committee, it's going to take working with the Election Commission. We're going to follow a lot of the same general strategies of sending out mass emails, of tabling, social media posts, and just generally reaching out to people. And I would hope that people in here, reach out and keep the people they know aware. We're all student leaders all across campus. Just keep them aware that this is happening and just push the event.
All right. sorry about not knowing which specific week it is, but I do still believe that the season of the year is very busy. Students are already concerned about what is coming up those next couple weeks, and their grades sometimes take precedent over something that seems to them as simple as another question. So I have to agree with Vice Speaker Schrader that I don't really want to spend extra student fee money on a question that most of the people in this room have been supporting and would be all in favor of talking about, even if it is during a campaign season. So I yield.
Senator Zastro.
Yeah, I would just like to concur with Senators Han Young and Vice Speaker Schrader. I wrote the bill for the funding request that's in first read tonight, so that'll be coming up in new business. It's $2,900, unless Finance Director Mueller, did you talk to that gang?
Emily can say this too. They originally estimated 2,500. I spoke with Center for Survey Statistics and Methodology as well, just about the whole thing, because I was worried about the total, so I wanted to make sure I knew where that money was coming from as well. They also said that they don't think this would be successful. They've done things like this in the past, and they said that this is not a good idea. And for the people that put this on and have done it for the past however many years, for them to say that they don't advise it when they would be making money off of it should be a red flag for all of us. I also think that we could use student funds a lot better, and I think that people could use this as a platform to educate other people. Like people, you know, you're talking about people campaigning against it. Well, what if they campaign for it and actually educate people on it, which I think would be more effective than doing, you know, just social media or however else we decide to get the word out. So that was all what Center for Survey Statistics and Methodology told me and what they thought about it. So sorry, that was a little more than you wanted, but.
No, I appreciate all of it. I don't know, there's still some placards up, so maybe my mind will be swayed. But right now, not really feeling this. It seems overly expensive for the amount of good it would do for the student body as a whole. For us, certainly, yeah, it'd be great if we had a working judiciary before elections next year. We have to keep asking ourselves, though, how we're going to spend the student fee. This just seems nepotistic is harsh, but it's also a great word, so I'll use it. I yield.
Senator Klass. Do you wish to speak? Thank you. Senator Klein.
Sorry, this might count almost more as just a curiosity question, but to Finance Director Mueller, which account would the $2,900 come out of for the special election? Or to Zastro or Senator Zastro? Huh? Special projects? Okay, that's what I thought. I was just confirming. Thank you. I yield.
Senator Johnson.
I have two questions. First of all, if it is supposed to be a divisive election season, it may be wise to have something in place before the divisive election season where we have a judicial court that is functioning before we get there. And that is where student funds, I believe, and probably university funds as well, because just of the conflict that can bring. The second thing opposes just what I said, which is that week, all grad students are not just taking tests and writing papers, but we're also grading all of the papers that undergraduates are panicking about. So it is busy for multiple populations on the campus. I yield.
Senator Fritz.
This is a question for Senator Ludwig. So obviously I think that we want as many students to see this as possible, just because this is ultimately going to impact them, because it changes the way that we influence them and how we represent them. So do you see voter turnout for this being increased or decreased by having it on its own?
I would say that the outcome for, like in terms of turnout, is really entirely dependent on how we sell it. And if we sell it well enough, I think we can get a comparable amount of students to the polls. It's about making people aware of it and that takes time and that takes energy, but I think if student government is dedicated to that it's more than possible.
Mhm. I just would argue that people will potentially probably pay more attention to it if it's coupled with other things such as the general election. And I just picture students having a higher turnout in that situation. And I think that our end goal should be that, because we want as many people as possible to be participating in this decision.
So I totally understand that perspective, and I also want as many students as possible.
Mhm. Yeah, for sure.
In this election, but the worries that specifically that I was talking about earlier in terms of previous times that we've had questions on the Constitution put before students and the strain that student government will be put under in the spring, I don't think we will be effectively able to sell this question, or at least not in a way that won't leave it up to a coin toss, because the Election Commission has to turn our court reform amendment into a question. There has to be a question that is in common sense language, and I don't think there is a very simple common sense question that we could form this, what will probably be a 3-page bill of changes, worth of changes, into. I think it's going to take us taking time to educate voters, and does come at a cost, but I mean, breaking that cost across students, it's about 8 cents a student.
Ultimately, I do think, though, that we just have to trust students and that they will come to the polls educated. And I think that my biggest concern with this is that a much smaller number of students would be participating in the election that would happen in the fall. So I yield with that.
Senator Rowling.
So I understand the concern about wanting to make sure that this is seen by many, many people. However, as an engineer by trade, I like to look at the data. And so I got a couple questions just to clarify for Senator Ludwig. So you've looked at some of these past reforms, similar things, and you've said that the majority have failed simply because of that majority rule that we have.
Yes, so a good number of them do fail, especially if this question has been complicated. They tend to kind of go in a landslide either way. There doesn't really seem to be a lot of rhyme or reason to it. And of course, there is that complicating factor of the question being complicated, specifically this question being as complicated and sizable as it will be. I would believe that a question like this just raises the possibility for someone to skip, and that skip, as I stated before, counts as a no on the question and makes it easier for this thing to fail.
And just to clarify, we cannot make a questioner required.
No, we do not have compulsory voting at Iowa State. If, for instance, you were voting and you decided you just didn't care for any of the residence senators for your residency area, you don't have to vote for anybody. And we cannot force people to vote on a question. So there's us just making it a mandatory question is not an option.
Yeah, so looking at that, it seems like we have, despite how good of a job we do educating people from year to year to year, this seems to be a problem that continues to happen. So it seems like we have more of an issue of the way that we do things here, but unfortunately, this is the way it has to be. I think calling for this election should be mandatory for something like this, because if it's this complex of an issue, and we can look historically that no matter if we have a complex issue like this, that it's going to fail, it's worthwhile to bring it as a separate issue so that students who are engaged, who are educated about it, can vote on it being educated about it, and we can have the turnout that we need to. I don't see it as shifting the vote necessarily, but I see it as calling to question a very specific issue and bringing it to light because it's one that's very important to us. Just to clarify for the Senate, Commissioner Rizvik, Can you tell us what percentage of students vote in our general election?
%15%.
Excellent. So even in our general election, we're not getting huge turnout. And while the smaller election will, of course, likely have smaller turnout due to the time, I know that it's not necessarily comparable, but it is worth bringing attention to that we already don't have huge turnout in any of our elections. 15% of people isn't a ton. And many of them will have skipped the question in the past. So I think that there's a lot to consider with this. I don't think that, while money, of course, is an issue, I think 8 cents per student is something that's pretty reasonable. We spend a lot more on other funding bills per student. The Skydivers Club bill that came, we spent thousands of dollars per 2 students. I think 8 cents for reasonable change is something that we should definitely consider, and I yield.
Senator That.
Hello, everybody. So as a couple of people have pointed out so well, there's better ways to do this. There's concerns with trying to shoehorn this into a very busy time and the financial side of things too. I guess what I just wanted to add is we need to consider why we need to do this now. I personally would like to see this done as fast as possible, but that doesn't mean tripping over ourselves and trying to get it done physically as fast as possible. We can consider doing this later, but better. I say this because we've gone through elections before with the dysfunctional court. It's not the best, but it can be done. And it's worth considering the merits of giving the court time to get up to speed instead of setting them up, and then thrusting them into the biggest thing they will face all year almost immediately. I yield. Thank you.
Senator Stanley.
Hi, so let's consider, I think, the time aspect of this is very important as well. We've spent, uncountable hours over the summer, and the better part of 3 months so far debating the intricacies of what exactly we're going to do about, the judicial branch and how we're going to reform it. I think considering the time investment that we've made in this, it is proper for us to give it the best treatment that it has of success. If that means that students have to pay 8 cents for it, I think that that is an investment worth making. If you're that concerned about student fees being misused, we can knock 4 cents per student per semester off of the activity fee of $39.75. So we can make it $39.71 if people are really that concerned about it. I think that the investment of time that some of our best and brightest minds have been almost wholly engrossed in this court reform, I think it would be improper for us to not recognize their investment in student government and in their constituents' welfare, and not give their efforts the best chance of success that it could possibly have. That I'll yield.
Senator Ludwig.
First, I'd like to say that I love the discussion around the room, though we're all doing great on that. I know this is kind of a divisive issue. I would like to respond to one thing that my friend, Senator Advait, here said, specifically relating to kind of getting the court up and running. That specific point is actually one of the reasons why we wanted to do this. In relation to court reform, we set an effective date when we pass the amendments through Senate, so we can decide when that's effective. I know Senator Mass would like it to be effective at the beginning of the next semester. I'm not so certain, but we can set it for the beginning of the next session. And so that is something we would actually debate later. But my point here is that the court needs time to get up and going, and right after elections, I believe spring break is the next week, and then after that, the president and the new president-elect and vice president-elect are busy assembling their new cabinet. And in that time, they will have to pick a certain number of justices, however many Austin and Bish have not filled. And still the court will not necessarily, may not have quorum, or just may not be able to exercise its new powers. And so what we'd be looking at is 3 weeks out from the end of the second semester, the court suddenly having all these new things thrust upon them. And so giving them time to actually come together and organize is actually one of the benefits of holding it this semester. And I'd say it's one of the selling points and not a cost. So I yield.
Senator Mass.
Yeah, I've got a couple of points here. The first one that I kind of wanted to talk about is the focus of the campaign. So, Senator Schrader, I understand your point that there are probably not going to be any executive slates or senators running specifically against court reform. But I've also got to tell you, when I wake up and I want to vote for a student body president, the thing that excites me is not court reform. So, like, if I'm the average voter, like, maybe I get excited if you're going to make Cyride free for all students or something like that. But court reform is fairly mundane and low on my lists of priorities that's going to make me want to vote for a certain presidential candidate or excite me to vote on that particular issue on the ballot. More likely, probably, if you put in a general election, you'll have a large number of people who probably vote for president, maybe vote for a senator, and then skip the constitutional questions. I don't think that putting this on the general election cycle necessarily helps us with the number of students who are actually considering this constitutional amendment. But putting in a special election does allow us to focus as a unified student government and all campaign for this one thing rather than being distracted by our own individual campaigns. So I think there is actually distinct benefit by having a special election to ensure that this thing is really considered by students and passed. As far as the cost, I certainly understand the want to not spend money where we don't have to, especially with student fee money. But that being said, I do think that students entrust us with that money for a reason. And one of those reasons is to have a functioning student government. And if we think that we can spend $3,000 to ensure that our election process runs smoothly and has a smooth court to be an appeal board for the election commission, I think that's worth $3,000. We certainly spend a lot more money on things that impact less students. The certainty in our elections is paramount, and we should treat it that way. So I think that cost is worth it. That being said, if senators really are concerned about the cost, I think that we can look for ways to possibly reduce cost. One idea that was floated in Rules Committee was the possibility of having a one-day election instead of a two-day election. There's trade-offs with that. I mean, for one thing, you're probably not going to have as much turnout as you would with a two-day election. But if we're seriously concerned about cost, maybe that's something we should talk about when we get to that bill next week. There are other areas that I think that's something that we can definitely look at and try and reduce the cost to make it feasible for students. But that being said, I think that the benefits from this outweigh whatever costs we're going to incur within a reasonable amount, and we can talk about what that reasonable amount is next week. So I'm still in favor of the bill, and I will yield.
15 minutes. 15. Senator Class.
That's fine. So this is a question about, so we're talking a lot about like how like effective it's going to be for like the current election season. A lot of people are talking about that. I think I missed part of Ludwig's discussion about how it might not be. But I was wondering to President Graber, sorry, just get your attention. Do you like have a plan about like when you would actually appoint justices and how effective it would be for the upcoming election? And if there is well, I don't want to ask you your own opinion about this, but my point of asking the question is if it's reasonable to do it early enough so that's for this next election, or if we could put it on the next one if they're not even going to be useful for the upcoming election.
Great question. So this was a great conversation we had in our last chief officers meeting. So originally I was opposed to seating any justices, given that I didn't think they would know their duties, which I think makes sense. But after going back and forth, we felt like there were some issues that currently need to be addressed by a court. And so I agreed that we would start the process in finding people. Another argument that I made was that I feel like during this time, students are already involved in different things. And so waiting till at the beginning of the year, students will be more apt to looking for different opportunities of leadership, and they would be able to hold off on other positions to take on the Supreme Court position. And so if we can find the right people, yes, I will do that. But my general thoughts is that I would prefer to wait. But I agreed to Vice Speaker Schrader that I would start the process because that's in my duties as president. So.
All right, and also just like another point, I know like 8 cents per student doesn't sound like a lot, but if you look on OFP, student government already spends $3.5 per student on ourselves. So like 8 cents more just for a club, whatever, an organization that, yes, does a lot for people, but we already spend a lot on ourselves. So like, why not rope it in with other things? And Ludwig seemingly had an answer for a question I might have previously asked.
Could you repeat the question?
Good question. What do you want to talk about, Ludwig?
I love that question. I just want to reiterate once again that we can set an effective date for when these changes go into effect. So if we felt that there wasn't enough time, like between the special election and the general election, we could set the effective date for those changes for them governing over elections to be at the beginning of the next session. So
Like session 3 of us or session 1 of next?
Session 1, sorry, the next term. Term is the correct term.
Cool. I guess that kind of goes with my point of why we need it so early if we would set the effective date to be after the next general election.
So,
like if you're stipulating that there's a chance we could like do this really early in December and then not even tell them to have any power until after the next election, why not just have it in the next election and give them the power right afterwards?
So
it's the same thing, just less money, different time.
That leads into the point that I talked about earlier, the time crunch that they will specifically feel right after the general election. Specifically, the next executive team will probably be in the middle of assembling an entire cabinet, so they've got to fill their whole cabinet seat and then find however many justice positions aren't filled. Also, if the court wants to meet, there needs to be a chief justice, and we changed the chief justice selection process in this constitutional amendment, and I believe that if we selected a chief justice this semester, which we would need to do, before the general election, we would kind of just preemptively be undermining the judicial or chief justice election that would happen later. If you understand what I'm saying.
30 seconds.
No, I honestly don't, because it made it seem like we wouldn't be able to appoint people because it would just mess up people that we would appoint later by the next executive, but I'm going to yield, and I feel like other people are going to speak on this.
Senator Rinchi. Senator Toinette.
So I had problems with a few arguments that I've heard today, or during this debate, so I kind of just wanted to touch on those. One of the ones I heard towards the beginning is that if we have this constitutional amendment, or if we have the judicial stuff in the general election, the people running for re-election, there will be too much student government stuff going on, and I think that's a really bad argument, honestly, because we're here in Senate, we come here every week. Even if we're running for re-election, we still have to come here every week, so I think that's kind of ridiculous. I think we should still be able to do our jobs, whether we're running for re-election or not. So I think, people will already be out there anyway, will already be getting the hype up about student government. It wouldn't hurt to get the hype up about this court reform as well at the same time. So that's where I stand on that. Another argument I heard is that if we have this special election, there will be a lower turnout. However, I think that was framed to be a good thing, that less people would vote on it, but more people would be informed about it, so the result would be better for us. And I kind of think that's a bad argument as well, because I think we kind of all know that this will have a lower turnout than the general vote. I think we kind of all understand that. And so if we're trying to kind of push this vote through by only making sure people who are interested in student government are voting on it, that seems kind of weird to me that we're trying to just push this through. So I think if more people are voting in the general, then more people will be able to have a voice on this issue. And then the third argument that I have a problem with that I've heard is that people have been working really hard on this for a long time, so we should get a vote on it soon. I think that's kind of almost arrogant in a way, because just because you've worked hard on it doesn't mean it needs to be resolved immediately. I think we still have a lot of time that we can work on it and perfect it even more. So I think that if we're, again, trying to push this vote through just because a lot of people worked on it for a long time, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And I think we want to do this the right way if we want to get this approved. And I think if we have a vote on this in a month or even at the beginning of the next semester, I don't think we'll get the right result from that. So I'm not in favor of this bill. I think this would be much better in the general election. But yeah, that's where I stand on it.
Do you?
Yep.
8 minutes. Madam Speaker. Senator Alucard.
Just going back to a couple different points about the cost as well as student voting involvement. So if you do the math based off of what Google told me, which was that there's roughly 36,000 students at Iowa State. So yeah, it's 8 cents a student, and yet if only 15% of them are turning out for our general elections, if you do the math for those 15%, it's like $400 of students that are actually in support of the general elections. So yeah, $2,500 we've spent more on other things, et cetera, and yet the students that actually care about this, it would be a greatly reduced amount than what we are trying to pitch. So that was just something to consider. The other thing is, I don't know if it was being framed that less turnout was better. I think that was the opposite, that like, oh, if you put it during this week, that less turnout is not gonna be ideal. I can tell you right now that no one from Vet Med will be involved with this if you do it during that week. Just because of our schedule, as well as instructors understanding that dead week is a week where they can give us quizzes that are actually exams. And so they put all of the exams this week, and we have practicals outside of normal hours. So if you're trying to increase access to graduate and professional students, this rush to do this, one, doesn't seem to include a majority of students' money because these students necessarily don't care, but then also you would be greatly reducing a specific population's access to the special election. I yield.
Senator Rinchi.
So one question I have for the group is there any way that you can make a skip be like a null instead of a no? Is there someone who can answer that?
To Senator Ludwig.
Or is it also constitutional?
Yeah, so the Constitution reads that that an amendment has to receive a majority vote of students voting in the election. So so we can't make it a no because like that's how the count is supposed to work for the amendments.
Okay. And then the other thing is, if it's going to be expensive and people aren't going to turn out for it, and if we're thinking that it would be better, some of us thinking it would be better to put this during the general student government election, if we're worried about that interfering with our own campaigns, I think that we need to think about why we're here. Because if this is going to interfere with us, then why are we saying that we stand for what's good for the students? That's not at anyone. It's just a question of ourselves. So, thank you.
Do you? Senator Rowling.
So there's a couple few topics that we haven't discussed that I think we need to consider before we even think about failing this bill. So the first being, so I guess a question posed to Senator Ludwig. In the past, have you seen multiple constitutional amendments being put forth on an election?
Yes, there have been previous years where there's been a mix of amendments and referendum questions, which have different voting total rules.
So would you say that from looking at those, that the more constitutional amendments that there will be on the ballot, that the fewer people will actually vote for those constitutional amendments? Is that something you can speak to?
There is definitely not as, from the numbers that I've looked at, there is not as high of a voter turnout for those questions, but because they have traditionally swung so hard in one direction, the fact that it receives a lower percentage of what would be the overall number of students voting hasn't mattered, because basically the lopsidedness of them has allowed them either to fail or succeed in that fashion either way.
Vice Speaker Schrader, how many, as of right now, constitutional amendments are possible to be on the ballot or likely to be?
One we already voted on is on the ballot. I have heard people talking about other ones, but I would guess not more than, so if we put this on the ballot, I think there would probably be 3 at the most. My guess would be 2.
Okay, and then one final question. So let's say that this goes on the general election. Let's say that it fails. Can we bring forth this referendum again in its form that we present?
You need to change it somehow. The definition of what is changed could probably be pretty small.
And there's what I'm uncomfortable with. I think if this fails in the general election, if we bring this forward and it fails, we'd have to completely overhaul the bill. I wouldn't feel comfortable making minor changes, because technically our student body voted down the court reform. This is something to think about. So if it fails, the work that's been going on in every step that we've taken, while not saying that, to Senator Rinchi's point, I'm not talking about the hard work of it.
There's less than 2 minutes left on this bill.
Thank you. I think that's something to consider, that we can't bring this up again without major overhaul. And I don't like the argument of minor changes. I think that's making a minor change in a line and then bringing it forward for the next year. I don't think that that's something that we should consider. I feel like that's a little bit underhanded. And with that, I yield.
Senator Hanyang.
Move to extend the debate by 10 minutes.
There's been a motion to move to extend the debate by 10 minutes, and there's been a second. Are there any objections to extending the debate by 10 minutes? Seeing none, the debate has been extended.
All right. Thank you for allowing that. I know that there's been a lot of very valid arguments brought up, and I'm still processing those. Going back to kind of how this event would tie into the timing of the year, I think that it is, as student government, we have a lot of people who come in and volunteer during the general election season and help promote student government from a non-biased standpoint, unrelated to any campaign. So I think that we would be able to provide focus on this specific issue during that season. However, I feel like the fact that there would be people who could skip over these things and only vote on things that they care about is something that we do still need to address. So I see kind of both sides on that. I'm still a little concerned about how we are addressing the funding of this, and feel that with the potentially very low amount of people who would care about this, that we're essentially adding a number of money, or an amount of money, onto a student activity fee that most people will either not know about or not really care about, and possibly not support if they were asked about it. So that's just something else to keep in mind. I look forward to hearing from more arguments from everybody else.
Senator Fritz.
So this is kind of like a procedural question, I guess. What would happen if we voted yes on this, but voted no on the funding of it? How would that play out?
Nothing would work. You won't have an election because you haven't funded for it, so this bill would be basically useless.
Okay.
Vice Speaker Schrader.
This bill says we need to have an election. The other bill funds to the election to be online. I'm guessing that that would mean an in-person election, or we would quickly move to rescind this bill after we fail the other one. We would reconsider this one. Otherwise, we would have to like buy ballot boxes or something. So I imagine if we failed the funding bill, we would come back and re-debate this bill and fail it.
Okay. That was all I was asking. I yield.
There's been a quorum call. Senator Advet, Ollicott, Bender, Blair, Khan, Crabb, Colbison, Dollinger, Fritz, Green, Gonzalez, Hanyang, Heasley, Johnson, Class, Klein, Lifford, Ludwig, Mass, Meredith, Mitchell, Origer, Rice, Rinchi, Rolling, Samanu, Strader, Searles, Stanley, Samuel, Tonette, Zastro. We do have quorum. And it was Senator Johnson.
Okay, I'm leaning towards yes on this, and the reason why is I think I've been convinced that the voting procedure that we do during general election, where most people will skip a question that they do not understand or have a lot of information on, would count as a no on a necessary movement that we need to make for the Judiciary Committee. And that seems unwise for us to put that burden on our students to say that this thing that will save them a lot of trouble just is voted down because they tried to do the socially responsible thing and skip something they didn't understand fully. I yield.
Vice Speaker Schrader.
Thank you all for making your points. I just wanted to say, Senator Rowling mentioned like if it failed, we'd have to completely rework it. I would say if it failed, myself and other members would figure out, we would find what is not a constitutional change, and we would have a bylaw bill up by the end of the year to at least enact some of the changes if it would fail. So there's stuff we can do without the referendum. Obviously, we'll wait to the referendum to do those things, but yeah, so that's just what would happen should it fail.
Senator Stanley.
Yeah, so Senator Klass, did you have some confusion earlier about the Chief Justice election? Yeah, that's a question.
Okay. So my question was, if setting the effective date after the general election, then what is the purpose of having this separate election? I get maybe like we could appoint them and they could not do their job, but learn how to do their job, maybe? But also, yeah, my own fault. Don't know about the Chief Justice election, so if you want to briefly explain that, or if it's not worth it at this time, that's totally fine.
No, I would love to explain a bit because I wrote that part of the constitutional change.
Great.
So we changed the selection process for the Chief Justice so that it's no longer the President and Vice President who appoint a Chief Justice. The executives now appoint justices, and then the court internally selects the Chief Justice without need for executive confirmation. So that's where you get the undercutting concern. Where having us select a Chief Justice would kind of undercut the changes that we made. Yeah. With the rest of this time, I'd like to ask Election Commissioner Rizvich if she'd like to add anything.
There's 5 minutes left on this bill.
Okay, so when Ludwig came to our election commission meeting, we discussed a few concerns that election commission had in general and some concerns that Ludwig had as well. So content was a big issue of the amendment. There in the 2016 election, we had 6 amendments or referendums that were proposed. There were questions to the student body. That was a year that the treasurer referendum failed. The question, I believe it was like getting rid of that. And so students saw that as, the question was kind of misleading. So they saw that question and they're like, well, we need a treasurer on campus, so vote, like, they would vote yes, right? So that was like an issue that Ludwig had with it. We were concerned with costs, so you will have to like pass that next week if that goes up. But we're okay on our end to go ahead and do an election. We've coordinated with CSSM and we've done all the discussion that we need to. It is possible. I'm surprised that no one has asked us personally, like, where we were on this. So I'm glad that someone gave me a platform to talk about it. Let me see. The estimated cost for this referendum is $2,900, but CSSM also returns everything that they don't use. The original estimate that we were given was $2,500, so if they don't use all of that, it was also returned back to us. So I wanted to make that point clear because no one talked about that either. And I will also accept questions too about elections if you guys need that too. Another thing that we also talked about in that meeting was timing. And originally it was proposed that we have the special election a couple weeks or like a month before the general election, and that wasn't feasible. So if we do have a special election, let's keep it this semester and not second semester, because it can lead to voter burnout. It can also lead to voter confusion where people think that they're voting for the general election, but they're voting for the special election. But yeah, ask me questions if you guys have any.
If I may, I see there are no other placards up, but considering that, my apologies, I'll yield so that people can ask election commissioners some questions.
There's been a motion to extend the debate by 10 minutes, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? There's been an objection. Do you withdraw? Thank you. There's a quorum call. Senator Advet, Olcott, Bender, Blair, Khan, Crabb, Culbertson, Dowlinger, Fritz, Green, Gonzalez, Hanyang, Heasley, Johnson, Class, Klein, Lipford, Ludwig, Mass, Meredith, Mitchell, Orger, Rice, Renchi, Rolling, Samanu, Schrader, Searles, Stanley, Samuel, Tonette, Zastro. We do have quorum. There's been a motion to extend the debate by 5 minutes, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the debate has been extended by 5 minutes. And it was Senator Advet.
So, hello again. There's been a lot of discussion. I'll try to keep this short. So, Senator Tonette here mostly pointed out a lot of the things I wanted to say. Thank you for that. I just want to say it sounds like we're exploiting the fact that we're relying on the fraction of students voting in a certain election here instead of actually going out there, which I get it. I am on rules, and we need to get moving on this. But it sounds like we don't care if only 3% of the student body participates, as long as that means we get our court reform, which it feels like we're skirting around people not caring about court reform and just skipping all of that instead of tackling the actual issue, which is people don't care. And there's really not a lot of solutions here, I guess. We can't really change the whole no counts as a no instead of skipping the question actually counts as a no, that problem, because that's also a constitutional amendment. But I guess we can think of maybe something like ballot boxes. We used to use ballot boxes for most YouGov elections, and that's the way it used to work. I don't know if that's something we've thought about, but it's worth a shot, I believe. So just wanted to put that out there. I yield.
Senator Blair.
I think the only relevant argument about this is whether we want it to be earlier rather than later. I don't think politicians should choose their electorate. It's similar to gerrymandering. You're right, we don't want to cut people out of a process. Any discussion about whether this vote is more favorable to the outcome should not be an argument, in my opinion. So I'll be voting no, because I think that if we want to make a good argument, we can begin this argument now and then have it at the general.
Do you yield?
I yield.
There's been a call to question on the bill as a whole, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. Yes. 2/3. It's a Senate order. Yes, apologies, sorry. I was looking at the wrong bill. Olakar. Advet. Bender. Blair. Khan. Crab. Culbertson. Dodlinger. Fritz. Green. Hanyang. Fred, did you say no? Green. Sorry. Beasley. Johnson. Class. Klein. Lifford. Ludwig. Mass. Yes. Meredith. Mitchell. Orger. Rice. Rinchi. Rolling. Samanu. Prater. Searles. Stanley. Samuel. Tornett. Zastro. Dollinger. Advet. Hanyang. Klein. Apologies. I was looking at the wrong thing. Meredith. Rice. Did I cover everyone? With a vote of 9 to 21 to 1, this bill fails. Moving on to new business. Within new business, we have 2019-2-49 SR, centering the Department of Residence with Senator Searles.
Title: Centering the Department of Residence. Whereas Iowa State University, as a land-grant institution, was founded on the notion of inclusivity and diversity, and whereas our storied history as a campus is filled with peoples of all backgrounds who chose to come here to build a better future through education, and whereas the values of inclusion and diversity that we hold as Cyclones are rooted in our shared history, and whereas racism has no place or protection on campus as it violates the university's principles of community, and whereas there have been high-profile events in recent years that have highlighted the systemic failure of the Department of Residence within the university to respond to incidents of harassment of protected classes, and whereas one such event was a 3-week delay to address white supremacist posters on campus in 2016, and whereas another event was the failure to report racist actions to the Office of Equal Opportunity in 2017, whereas there have been many instances in recent years of the Department of Residence neglecting the needs of the community advisors and their communities, And whereas one such instance was the failure to publicly or privately address the recent racist vandalism in Joffrey Hall in a reasonably timely manner, and whereas another such instance was the failure to reassure community advisors' safety concerns in instances of threats from their residents in 2016 and 2019, and whereas the above listed incidents are not an exhaustive list of failures, both reported and unreported, and whereas all of these incidents can be verified through documentation, and whereas the Department of Residence has expressed interest for change but undo the harm that has already been done, but that can't undo the harm that has already been done. I don't know if this is the updated document. Be it therefore resolved that the Department of Residence be censured for these failures, and be it resolved that the student government recommends the changes stated in the following clauses, and be it further resolved that the Department of Residence utilize the Community Advisor Advisory Board as a resource for revising and reforming department policy, specifically regarding diversity and inclusion, and be it further resolved that the high expectations applied to community advisors are also applied to the Residence Life Leadership Team, and be it further resolved that there must be a clear set of standards for clarifying the difference between protected speech and unprotected speech, specifically in regards to the harassment of a protected class established by the Department of Residence. And be it further resolved that the university establish a campus-wide policy that enforces a consistent 48-hour response or acknowledgement time for all incidents to impacted parties or impact. The document I have is not up to date, apparently. Regardless of the status of a solution, and be it further resolved that all impacted parties be kept up to date on the status of the case within FERPA confines and who exactly they can contact for support or information pertaining to the case, and be it further resolved that student government invites the Department of Residence and the university to exceed the recommendations proposed by student government in this resolution. Be it further resolved that the Department of Residence should seek to work with the student population to find further solutions to the problems in the residence halls. And be it further resolved that this resolution be sent to Director of Residence, Dr. Pete Englund, all members of the Residence Life Leadership Team, Vice President of Student Affairs, Dr. Martino Harmon, Vice President of Diversity and Inclusion, Dr. Reginald Stewart, Dean of Students, Dr. Vernon Hurt, and President of the University, Dr. Wendy Winterstein.
Questions of intent? You can't ask it 10 to 10. Sorry. Questions of intent? Seeing none, we'll see this one next week. Moving on to 2019-2-42F, funding a special election with Senator Zastrow.
This is funding a special election, which we will probably table indefinitely in Finance Committee, is my bet. But we won't deal with that now.
Questions of intent? Seeing none, we'll see this one next week. Moving on to 2019-2-43F, funding Ethos magazine with Senator Lifford.
Title. Yep, just funding Ethos magazine. It's a magazine on campus.
Questions of intent? Seeing none, we'll see this one next week. Moving on to 2019-2-44F, funding Symphony of Diversity with Vice Chair Lifford.
Title. Heard it here.
Questions of intent? Seeing none, we'll see this one next week. Moving on to 2019-2-45F, funding the United Arab Emirates Students Association with Senator Zastrow.
Title. Move to consider as read. This is funding the United Arab Emirates Students Association, and we will see this one next week.
Thank you. Questions of intent? Seeing none, we'll see this one next week. Moving on to 2019-2-46F, funding residency fair with Senator Class.
Title. Yeah, we already saw them for this week in Finance Committees, but we'll vote on this next week.
Questions of intent? Seeing none, we'll see this one next week. Moving on to 2019-2-47F, funding winter weather safety bags.
Title.
With Senator Fritz.
Oh, sorry, title. So this is just from the Student Initiatives Committee. It winter weather safety bags, information, and stuff for the winter. That's it.
Questions of intent? Seeing none, we'll see this one next week. Closing announcements. Senator Meredith.
Please keep filling out the Get to Know You form. There are 11 of you who have done it. There are more senators. Please do it.
Senator Dollinger.
Hi. Oh, hi. Okay, UROC is having a fundraiser tomorrow. The Free Speech Zone from 11 to 2, we are selling Coca-Cola, lemonade, and water for $1. Support your favorite off-campus constituency group. Thanks.
Senator Dollinger, do you recognize there's 2 zones, right? Which one?
The
And
Free-
it's Agora.
By the South Library lawn?
Okay, it's Agora.
Oh.
Senator Hanyan.
Hey, y'all. The ISU Theater is currently on their last weekend of a play called Chasing George Washington. On Saturday, on the 2nd, there is a lyrical women's choir at 3 p.m. and ISU Statesman has 2 concerts on Sunday, 1:30 to 3:30. I know Senator Rice is in Statesman, so if y'all showed up for support, that'd be fun. They have a really good time. Thank you for getting through the open forum and still being able to debate on the special election thing, because I feel like that was one thing that we could have just, passed over really quick, and I think that we all comprehensively went through that, and I appreciate that a lot. Continue to reach out to the people who showed up for open forum and ask them how we can continue to serve them, because one of the privileges that I touched on a little bit is the privilege of position that we are sitting in. We need to continue to understand that we are serving those students who came here tonight and so vulnerably shared their stories with us. And if you have any ideas about how we could go further beyond just the Department of Residence resolution, please talk to me, please talk to Senator Searles, talk to Senator Ludwig, anybody else who worked so hard on that stuff, and we'd be glad to hear from you. So, thanks.
Senator Ollicard.
I also wanted to commend everyone for getting through open forum tonight, and those of you guys who spoke. I know that I got up and spoke a couple times and then solicited feedback from members of the audience, and so it's really important that we keep in mind that we do represent a larger population. It's very easy for me to be like, I'm not on main campus. I honestly, without asking several senators what was going on, had no clue what President Winterstein's letter was referring to. And then my own dean's letter was very vague as well. So I had no idea. So it's really on us to communicate with our constituents as well as each other, because we are a small little family, I guess. And we do care about each other, and we're trying to be inclusive and equitable for everyone. On a happier note, this Friday at 7 o'clock at the College of Vet Med will be an event. It's called Boo with Zoo. If you guys have family members, you might know about this. Every year, the Zoo Exotic and Wildlife Club puts on an event open to the public where it's essentially trick-or-treating, but with animals involved. So there's going to be dogs, cats, reptiles, small exotics. I will be there with one of mine as well, and it's from 7 to 8:30, and it's free. So if you want candy and want to see really cool animals, or just want to explore Vet Med, you can also wear costumes. It's a really fun event, and I will be there. So with that, I yield.
Is it free to attend? Free to attend?
Yes, it is free to attend.
Thank you. Senator
Sorry,
Rice.
it's Friday, so it's the day after Halloween. So have your no-hos in the morning and call it a good day.
Senator
7 to
Rice.
8:30.
All right, so this Saturday is the drag show sponsored by the Pride Alliance. This Saturday at 7 in the Great Hall right here. It is $10 at the door and $9 for pre-sale. The money goes for the delegation to the Midwest Bisexual, Lesbian, Gay, Transgender, Asexual College Conference. So I might join, or might think about going there tomorrow or this Saturday.
Senator Zastrow.
Great discussion tonight, y'all. Really appreciate you going through a hard conversation, but a really important one to have. I really appreciate also that we had an audience, people who are our constituents, who we are proud to advocate for. If that continues to happen, maybe we could talk about heating this room. I yield.
Senator Searles.
Quick note, Dead Week is study week. Make sure we're calling it that when we move forward. I'm gonna leave my irritation out of this right now, but I would like to express some disappointment. We had a forum tonight that expressed anger and feelings of unsafety, people being in danger, about racism on campus. And while I think that we have a lot of important roles in this job, it was very clear that we were not ready to discuss some of the bills that we had tonight, which allowed us to rush. It forced us to move past and not consider all the things that we're talking about. We talked about whether or not the special election should be held now or later to impact a year from now. When an hour, 2 hours ago, we talked about racism that's been happening for years and people wanting to pull out of this university now. As I said last time, as I'll say this time, and as we should say every single time we're here, we have priorities. And just because something is lower on the agenda, and I know this is my resolution because my name's on it, but as has been mentioned, I am not the only person that's worked on it. I'm not even the person who's put in the most amount of effort. This was a group that we have a focus, that students showed up here to show us tonight that this is our priority. In this audience was Dr. Pete Anglin and Virginia Spate, two people that are getting the resolution that was read. They are gone. I spoke with them before. Regardless, they stuck around for it. I know we have important things to debate, that's fine. I'm not saying it wasn't important, I'm not saying we shouldn't have had that debate. But we have to keep in mind why we're here and why we were here for so late tonight. I know I'm angry, I get that way. But we have priorities, we have reasons we're here, and people didn't show up for 2 hours to talk about whether or not we're gonna have a court reform special election. They talked about their feelings of safety. So moving forward, I would encourage us, including myself, to be more up to date and read on the legislation being proposed. Discussions can happen outside of this body to clarify any questions. I know that caused issues last year when people did not fully understand legislation being brought ahead. So, I'm sorry if I'm taking up your time. I'm just taking it back. I yield.
Senator Vet.
All right, so first of all, thank you so much for tonight. There's been some real concerns that have been brought up, and it's not all roses, but it's good to see that we're getting on the path to progress, hopefully. Number two, the parking department exists, and they would love your feedback. They're not uniformly the bad guys. So I talked to Director Miller at length this week, and I can tell you that the parking department works really hard, and they really try to balance the interests of everyone on campus. But to do that, they need your voices to be part of the conversation. And you can do that by obviously trying to meet them. And another great way to do that is to try and be on the Transportation Advisory Council, which has open seats right now. And if you're interested, I would suggest talking to Vice President Bhatia, who'll be able to hook you up and get you started on the process. Number three, Courtney Behringer is here today. She was Senator of the Year last year, and I can tell you she's really awesome. She's one of the reasons I'm here right now, so just wanted to recognize her presence. That'll be it for me.
Senator Ludwig.
Howdy, everybody. It's time for your weekly lectures update. There's only one lecture between now and next Wednesday. It is on Monday, November 4th at 7 p.m. in this very great hall. The topic is Civil Discourse in an Uncivil Age, Media and the 2020 Election with Alexander Hefner. So yeah, if you want more information, you can go to the lecture's website. I think it's a good lecture, timely one. So yeah, check it out.
Senator Stanley.
Good evening, everyone, or almost good morning.
work with the forum. I certainly appreciated that some of you were brave enough and courageous enough to share your experiences with all of us. I know that that is not easy, certainly by any means. I'd like to encourage all of you once again to speak to your constituency councils about the issues that we are facing. We can, of course, address and react to the problem at hand, the problem that we observe, the problem that students have brought to us. But if we want to address the root cause of the problem, I think the culture change needs to start from the ground up, from the grassroots going up. So I would encourage, again, all of you to do that. And I will give perhaps my final plug for I Love Ames. We are meeting 6 to 7 in the West Sauce on Monday, so please attend if you would like to hear more about it. Madesh, shout out to my homie. Attend if you'd like to learn more, if you love Ames. And shout out to Senator Ludwig for reading Robert's Rules. I saw him doing that today, or the other day. So shout out to my homie as well over there. Thank you. I'll yield.
President Graber.
I just received word that the campus conversation on Monday from 4 to 6 is in the library 198. The library 198 campus conversation 4 to 6. It's also in my executive update, so you have it there as well.
Before I give the mic to Vice Speaker Schroeder, I just want to say, first of all, thank you for braving through those conversations. It is really hard if you don't represent those identities, choose and actually hear those conversations. And second, if you are feeling any sort of uncomfortability in having the conversation, we as chief officers can provide you the space to maybe debrief, or if it's a tough conversation of 2 hours, and we can debrief in terms of if you have any moving forward, what steps you as an individual could take. We are there for y'all, and if you have any specific questions in terms of what administration you might want to connect to, we can always give you that point of contact as well. So please reach out. It's always better to ask for help rather than just sit back and think like someone's going to take care of it. This is your time to take that step forward and actually do what you're passionate about. With that, Vice Speaker Schroeder.
All right. Hi, everybody. Oh, turn it on. Great. This should work. All right. Hi, everybody. My name's Ian. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a former senator and former PR chair. But we have the even better Ian right over there. I think so. Anyways, so I just wanted to real quick, I don't want to take up too much of your time. It's getting late. Thank you all for, of course, taking the time out of your week every week to be here, especially on nights like tonight. These types of meetings can be difficult, and so thank you for doing that every week. But I'm here to speak kind of specifically more so on the referendum bill or the special election. Just in general, I didn't really get a chance because I was coming in late. So like I said, as former PR chair, should you choose to move forward with the special election, it's very important that it's communicated. In the past, and this is partially my fault, we've not communicated things like elections as effectively as we should have, and that affects, it ultimately affects the student body. And so should you choose to move forward with holding a special election, it's very important that you give students ample time to come across this information, and that you're putting out this information in as many kind of mediums as possible. It's not my place to suggest exactly how to do that, but just give students ample time. I think we all know students aren't as involved as they should be, or as we would like them to be. I mean, that's proven by our under 25% voter turnout rate every year. And so if we want an election that is representative of the student body for whatever positions it may be, it's important that we get as many people out there as we can, and not just for special elections, but for general elections as well. So I just was able to catch part of the debate on the live stream on my way home, and thought I had something useful to add in this given context. So once again, thank you very much, and should you choose to move forward with holding a special election, I just ask that you make a very special effort to get that information out to as many students as possible, and to not rush it, because you can't rush an election. We found out in the past that it just doesn't work out. So with that, thank you all for your time. It's good to be back.
Vice Speaker Schrader.
No. Okay, I have to make a quick one, and then I'll do that. But I just wanted to say I'm really proud of you all for the work you did tonight. I know everyone's saying it, but I am very proud. Whether you got up and spoke tonight and shared your stories, or you listened to what other people were saying, I think it was a really important conversation for all of us to have, and I want us to keep making progress forward. That being said, kind of going off of what Vish said, please, no matter what kind of situation you're in with this, whether you relate to these stories, you've experienced these stories, or you're hearing these stories, please do not try to carry this burden on your own. Either talk to any of the chief officers, we'd be happy to talk with you, talk with any of your other friends in Stugov, friends outside of Stugov, cabinet members, or if you can't talk to any of us, go at least talk to like SCS, student counseling, because I like you all a lot, and I want to make sure that you're taken care of. So if I can't take care of you, make sure someone else is, okay, especially yourselves. Go Cyclones.
Move to adjourn.